and gentlemen, I believe it is 2 o'clock on my side, and this is the Standing Committee for Social Development, and it is Monday, the 2nd of December 2024. Just to inform the meeting that our engagement this afternoon is twofold, of which the first part will only take about 5 to 10 minutes. We just need to deal with a final mandate of the Older Persons Amendment Bill as a committee. Because we have officials in attendance, we would like to excuse them as soon as possible to go about their business. For the record, my name is Wendy. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee. I will allow members to kindly introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, I'm Benedicta van Minnen. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members online. Can I please ask to mute yourselves? We're going to start with members in chambers and then move to the online platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Member Boyson, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayanda Barnes.
Thank you very much. That deals with members in chambers, members online.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Donita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good afternoon, Chair. Aisha Kasim, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Derek Vessels, and I am standing in for Member Van Dyk. Thank you very much.
That deals with all members online? Yes. Then I'm going to ask our officials in attendance, specifically that will be part of this first session of the meeting.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Daza. I'm the Senior Procedural Officer for the Standing Committee on Social Development.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Romeo Maastor. I'm the legal advisor assigned to this committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Maastor.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthijs Oordendaal. I am the Senior Communications Officer for the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and I'll be here, just take a few pics and give some coverage for the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oordendaal. And then next to me, our very capable procedural officer.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my name is Namonda Jamza, Procedural Officer for Standing Committee on Health and Social Development and Standing Committee on Social Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jamke. Honourable members, the purpose of the meeting is the consideration and the deliberation on the final mandate of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, B11D of 2022, as referred to by the NCOP. I would like to refer members to the documentation that was received from the NCOP. I see you, Member Barnes.
Apologies, Chair. I forgot to make an apology for Member Kamfer that was supposed to be here. My apologies.
Member Barnes, are you the alternate for Member Kamfer?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Duly noted and recorded. Honourable members, you have received the documentation from the NCOP in response to the committee mandate that was submitted to the NCOP Select Committee for consideration. I would also wish to remind members that in principle, the committee supported the bill, and we have submitted a few amendments in that regard as well. For now, the committee needs to decide whether to support or not to support the bill. Also, please do remember, members, there's unfortunately no option for further amendments to its support or non-support during the stage that we are in as the final mandate stage. Advocate Maastor, you covered? Sure. Thank you very much. Is the NCOP permanent delegate present in the meeting? In the meantime, while Ms. Jamke check online, Member Van Vogel.
Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. My name is Rachel Van Vogel.
Welcome. Thank you, Member. We do not have the permanent delegate present in our meeting. Sure. And then committee members, we will then now consider the final mandate report on the legislation as mentioned. The Standing Committee on Social Development, having considered the subject of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, B11D of 2022 NCOP, referred to the committee in terms of Standing Rule 217, recommends that the House confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the National Council of Provinces the authority to support the bill or not to support the bill. Honourable members, by a show of hands, I recognize Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Standing Committee, we support the bill, but we also, Chairperson, as the leading government in the Western Cape, we advocate to national government to allocate sufficient funding for this critical legislation to ensure its successful implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Boyson. Can I have a seconder? Member Van
I
Vogel.
second, Chair.
See, there's a bit of contestation. Member Van Vogel and Member Stevens. As being an alternate member, Member Van Vogel. Okay. Then it is duly seconded by Member Stevens. Then I will read the committee report into the record for adoption. Committee report as the final mandate. Report of the Standing Committee on Social Development on the Older Persons Amendment Bill, B11D of 2022, NCOP dated today, the 2nd of December 2024 as follows. The Standing Committee on Social Development, having considered the subject of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, B11D of 2022, NCOP, referred to the committee in terms of Standing Rule 217, recommends that the House confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the National Council of Provinces the authority to support the bill. The report then needs to be considered by us as a committee. Can I just ask for clarity? Because I think the members maybe the first time members dealing with this legislation, and just for my own knowledge as well, Member Boyson has read, I know we can't make amendments at this stage, but he did make some comments supplementary to the support of the bill. Mr. Daza?
Chair, from our side, there's no option for further comments on the bill. It's either support or not support. The committee can maybe write to the select committee, maybe to see how we can send the points that it wants to make, but not as part of the report.
Not as part of the report.
Yes, yes.
So which means is what Member Boyson recommended will also be stated in our minutes.
Yes.
And we can then to the select committee refer to as minuted by the committee.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I have a proposal for the adoption of the report?
So proposed, Chairperson.
Member Boyson, propose, a seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Stevens. The report are then duly adopted by the committee. Anything else from your side, Mr. Haasdorp? Because nou bietjie laat af in die lyn. But is there anything that you would want to share with the committee? Okay. Okay. You can go ahead.
think I don't have anything to add insofar as substantive legal issues are concerned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. That deals with the first part of our meetings.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then, honorable members, we will then move to the second part of our meeting. We have dealt with the introduction of all members. I will then now members, we are now dealing with the second part of our meeting. As you would remember, as per committee resolution that we took as this parliamentary committee, that we invite the South African Social Security Agency to our meeting. And I'm very happy on behalf of the committee that you did honor the invitation and obliged to be with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for your efforts in that regard. I will now afford you the opportunity to kindly introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Chairperson and honorable members of the Standing Committee. My name is Bosiso Ntlangoti. I'm the Acting Regional Executive Manager for Western Cape. I am leading the team of SASSA Western Cape as per invitation from the committee. We also have the team from head office who joined us online, and also some of them are here to make sure that we all present as we were requested and invited by the committee. I actually planned to do my introduction as part of my presentation, but I can do now as directed so by the chairperson. As I've indicated that I'm currently the acting regional executive manager. I will start with my team from Western Cape. But before I do that, I want to convey an apology for our Chief Executive Officer and the CEO, who actually wanted to be part and parcel of this engagement. But unfortunately, when the invitation came, the date coincided with the date of the steering committee, which she must be part of. And she asked us to convey her heartfelt apology. She then requested the executive manager of Grant Administration, Mr. Brenton van Vrede, who is with us here in the room to represent the CEO. I would request my colleagues that as I introduce them, maybe they raise hand so that the committee can see. Mr. van Vrede is just sitting next to us. Then he is accompanied by Mr. Shongwe, who is the General Manager of Properties nationally at head office, Mr. Shongwe. This is the two members from head office. I am not too sure if the technical team has been able to connect our colleagues from national. If they did, I will go ahead and introduce them. I don't know, are they online?
Okay, can we first just deal with the colleagues in the chambers currently?
Yes. From the Western Cape, I am with the General Manager of Finance, Mrs. Pester, followed by Mrs. Seyiso, who's also our Acting General Manager, Corporate Services. Seyiso. We also have Mr. Griffin Pfeiffer, who is the Acting General Manager of Grant Administration. Pfeiffer. And then Mr. Mfundo Nazo is the Acting Senior Manager of Grant Administration. And next to me, we have Tanya Roda, who is working at the Office of the Executive Manager. That is the team that is representing. Am I forgetting? Oh, yes, my apology, Chairperson. I forgot to mention our head of communication and the spokesperson for the province, Ms. Shivani Waghab, the senior manager. So this is a team that comes from the province, and I want to, Chairperson, to apologize upfront. The terminology that we use at SASSA as a region when we refer to the province. So throughout the presentation, please don't get confused when I refer to the region. I actually mean the province. Yes, I know that maybe clashes. I don't know if we have a team online. I can.
Yes,
Yes.
the procedural officer did confirm we do have officials online.
Okay.
They are the most welcome to introduce themselves, please.
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, you can introduce yourself in the interest of time.
Officials online, please unmute and introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, honorable colleagues. I'm Karen Costa. I am the General Manager responsible for applications within SASSA.
Good afternoon. My name is Mtumiseni Zulu, General Manager, Human Capital Management, SASSA in head office.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. My name is Caesar Vundule, the General Manager for Information Management at SASSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. My name is Clive Jansen. I'm in the Office of the Regional Executive Manager in the Western Cape.
Is that the team online? Everyone
Yes,
covered.
yes.
Thank you very much. And then we do have stakeholders and members of the public present this afternoon as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a special word of welcome to you as well. You may head to kindly introduce yourselves, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Betty Nieuwoud. I'm the Director at Stel Care in Stellenbosch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of Parliament. My name is Sandra Wester. I'm a member of Stel Care.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rene Ackerman from the Klipfontein Sub-District Health Forum.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. I'm Zwandi Leu, the Western Cape DFT. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Sabrina Reiters. I'm from the Klipfontein Health Forum.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Leslie Sylvester from the Klipfontein Sub-District Health Forum. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Jansen, and I am representing the Menenberg Health Forum.
Honourable Chair, maybe I can just introduce the members there at the back. It's Bradley Adonis from Cluttersville, Jannie Groenewald from Cluttersville, Koma was je ook van? Mishka Koma from Eerste River, and Oma De Wee also from Eerste River. They're all part of Stel Care, volunteers and a community member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody that perhaps was not introduced can step up to the mic? Not? All covered? Thank you so much for making your way to Provincial Parliament this afternoon. It's important to hear from the stakeholders and those residents directly affected. So we do appreciate your efforts being here this afternoon. Then I believe we can go right into the presentation this afternoon. Members, you would notice that we have received just perhaps Advocate Master.
May I be excused, please?
You may. Thank you so much for your attendance. Honourable members and colleagues, just perhaps to give you a brief background on the reasons why the committee resolved to schedule today's meeting. Over the recent months, members of the Standing Committee on Social Development conducted unannounced visits to various SASSA local offices across the Western Cape. and several significant issues impacting beneficiaries were identified. These issues included staff shortages, inadequate facilities, frequent system outages, and insufficient support for individuals with disabilities. Additionally, the committee has received numerous complaints related to the post-bank cards, resulting in the committee resolving to schedule today's briefing with SASSA officials from national and provincial to come and brief the committee on services provided, the challenges that are currently faced, and the strategies in place to address these SASSA challenges across the province. Committee members, you have received the presentation for today's meeting. I believe just before we stepped in, there was an update to the presentation. So that was version 3, I believe. So hopefully there's not too many amendments to the initial presentation, as members might not have the time to pick up on that. But hopefully as you go through the presentation, you would just indicate to us whether that was perhaps an amended part of the presentation. I will now hand over to SASSA's officials to brief the committee on the services provided to SASSA beneficiaries across the province, and as mentioned in my briefing, the challenges and so forth. And then afterwards members and stakeholders present will have the opportunity to raise some questions, if any. You may proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I think I need to start there and apologize for the number of versions that we have sent. I think it was informed by the fact that we were sitting at remote areas, so with the team sitting in that office, and us in the Western Cape. And as we updated the presentation, we felt the need for some updates in some slides. But I want to promise the committee that the changes that we made are very insignificant. It was more of a rearrangement of slides, and there will be those slight changes. We really apologize. We know it might have caused some inconvenience, and we'll try to be better organized in future. We apologize. The Chairperson, I'll go straight to the president.
Can I apologize before we proceed? I believe we do have the provincial minister online. Minister, my sincere apologies. I thought I left you in Ceres.
Thank you, Chairperson. We left Ceres short while ago, so I might be interrupted, but I'm also an interested individual. I have had the privilege of engaging with SASSA Western Cape on a few times, and I've also had the privilege of appearing in front of the committee. So I'm listening in to see if there's any new information coming up, and also then to yourself and some of the committee members that attended the event earlier in Ceres. I do appreciate that. And Chair, if you would also excuse me a little bit later, I've got another engagement, but I will be joining as long as possible during this presentation and the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We do appreciate your attendance as well. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've already dealt with the introduction, and I will be leading this presentation. I want to indicate upfront that as the presentation unfolds, at some point I will hand over to other officials who will deal with certain parts of the presentation. We did so that we provided the committee with a very in-depth and detailed information, because our functions have got competencies at various levels. There are those functions that we have a competence on at the regional level, and those that are at a national level. For example, the issue of cards, as well as the ICT. So those officials will come in. So I will step out and allow them to continue. Then I will come back for conclusion. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm also going to skip the slide that deals with the introduction, because I've dealt with it, and just go straight to the purpose, to the presentation focus areas. On that one also, it's a slide that we also did not want to bother the committee and send for update, because as we update the presentation, we had to update the slide for focus areas. Focus areas are still there, but they are not as arranged as they are in the presentation. My last apology on that one, Chairperson. We deal with the purpose, Chairperson, as a starting point for the presentation. The purpose of the presentation is multifaceted. A key objective of the presentation is to respond to the service delivery concerns raised by the Western Cape Standing Committee on Social Development as part of its oversight function outlined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 108 of 1996, as the chairperson has already alluded to the visits that were undertaken by the committee. It also intends to provide detailed information to the members of the committee on the established processes as follows in administering, managing, and paying social assistance in accordance with the Social Assistance Act. Furthermore, the presentation will provide statistical information juxtaposed with available resources so that members of this committee will have a complete picture of the situation in the agency. More importantly, Chairperson, we want this presentation to reassure the members of the Standing Committee that SASSA services are not at risk of collapsing. As a result, SASSA continues to provide dignified services to the citizens of Western Cape, despite all challenges brought by fiscal pressures in all government entities. I move now to the second slide that deals with the Constitution and legislative mandate. SASSA was established in terms of the SASSA Act 9 of 2004 as a Schedule 3A entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, and it is an agency of the Department of Social Development. SASSA is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa Act 108 of 1996 to uphold the rights of citizens to social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance in line with Section 2712C. We uphold this right by providing an institutional platform for implementation of this section of the Constitution and further create channels of eligible beneficiaries to access their social grants. Social Assistance Act number 13 of 2004 mandates SASSA to pay social assistance to eligible persons in the form of various categories of grants, including care dependency, child support grant, foster child grant, older persons grant, and disability grant, inclusive of grant in aid. The Act also provides for temporary assistance to persons experiencing undue hardship through provision of social relief of distress, popularly known as SRD. The person I am now dealing with the manner in which SASSA Western Cape responds to poverty. Our national strategic planning, which informs SASSA Western Cape operational plan, subscribes to the aspirations of the National Development Plan, NDP Vision 2030. According to the NDP, South Africa needs to ensure that vulnerable groups and citizens are protected from the worst effects of poverty by 2030. And as we perform our work, we are always mindful of the fact that we are at the last lap of the Vision 2030. We are left with a couple of years, and we always look as to how far have we gone in making this a reality. In response to this, SASSA Western Cape directs all its effort in ensuring that its responsibility to provide income support and safety net to the most vulnerable is not neglected. In order to ensure that we do this with success and address all exclusions, we have incorporated in our operational plan the targeting of children below the age of 1 who are excluded from the safety net. SASSA has made it a priority to continuously implement measures to reduce the administrative bottlenecks that prevent people accessing social assistance benefits. And I will deal with such measures later in this presentation. I want to deal, Chairperson, with the statistical information, the regional setup, and the norms and standard. And I want to respectfully request the members to take note because later in the presentation, this will become very important. 19 million of South African citizens in the country are dependent on social grants. Of this figure, Western Cape contributes 1.7 million, which is 82% of the total grants paid in the country. Of the 7.6 million citizens of Western Cape, as recorded by the State South Africa Media Population Estimate 24, the above social grants figure of 1.76 million account for 22.5% of the citizens dependent on social grants as at 31st October 2024 in the Western Cape. Of this 1.7 million, 160,000, which translates to 9%, are disability grants. The DG, disability grant recipients. The DG grants processed between July 2024 to September 2024, 32,290 grants were processed between this period, which makes Western Cape the highest in the country according to SASSA Media Performance Report. There is no region or province in the country which has processed so much high grants within that period, more than us as Western Cape. The region that is below us will be the region that is got a high number of social grants in total, which is KwaZulu-Natal. So that should indicate to members the challenge of high number of DG facing Western Cape. During the first semester of this financial year, from 1 April 2004 to 30 September 2024, on average, Western Cape approved 531 disability grants application per day. How did we come to this figure? We have taken the number of grants application taken within this period and divided it by the number of days of this period, which is 124 days. And we have taken 665,840 grants and we divided it by the number of days. And then we came to 531 disability grant application taken just for this period that I've just mentioned, which is a semester. Now, sorry, Chairperson, it's very important that I start with what brings us here today, which is the perceived SASSA failures. And I must say upfront that we, as SASSA officials, it did not go down well with us when we see in the media that SASSA is failing to do what it is mandated to do. We took this very serious. And I start with a bullet point. From the period building up to the general elections, which took place on the 29th of May this year, 2024, SASSA Western Cape has been subject of scrutiny by the media. No doubt that a series of negative reporting focusing on two of our local offices, namely Belleville and Eastern Rivier, attracted attention and inevitably unwarranted criticism from various sectors. Unfortunately, most of the media reports, some of which were very critical of SASSA, went out without SASSA afforded an opportunity to respond. We want to appreciate the effort by our head of communication, Ms. Wahab, for demanding our right to respond to some of these reports and set the record straight, although the damage was already done. While some of the media reports have some elements of truth, we believe that they are overstating the problem. This brings an immeasurable amount of anxiety amongst the vulnerable citizens we serve. These negative reports have led to an unfortunate conclusion that SASSA has completely failed its responsibility to render services to the citizens of Western Cape. We treat such notion as a perception and reject it by providing tangible facts that despite challenges that I've already mentioned earlier, SASSA still serve the people of Western Cape with dignity. Now moving to the slide where I want to deal with the monitoring by the Standing Committee on Social Development. As part of fulfilling its constitutional obligation, members of the Standing Committee took it upon themselves to visit our offices to gain first-hand information. We wish to appreciate this bold step by the Standing Committee because these visits presented the members of the committee with a clear understanding to differentiate between actual work processes and what was reported as challenges. This led to the decision to summon us to come before this committee to provide clarity on the findings of their visits, an opportunity that we welcome. We have also received a number of visits from the Provincial Minister of Social Development who engaged us and the beneficiaries during his visits, after which he released a statement that clearly stated where SASSA Western Cape need to improve. We wish to mention without any fear of contradiction that the support we receive from the Minister of Social Development in the province make our work manageable despite the challenges. And I want to honestly and from the bottom of my heart, want to thank the Honorable Minister for working with us when there is challenges and when there is anything that require intervention to our beneficiaries. He is always there and we appreciate that. We also wish to thank the chairperson of the Standing Committee for leading the oversight visit and later deemed it important to call us to provide clarity on the work we do. We appreciate that, ma'am. We really, really want to say thank you. And I want to say it on behalf of the team that I lead today, because I know I'm speaking on their behalf. We appreciate the opportunity and we will do our best to provide every detailed information to ensure that we alleviate any uncertainty that services are in the state of collapsing. We are now dealing with the delivery of services in a statistical form so that the members can see what we are talking about. We don't speak from the air. The statistical analysis of Western Cape Grant Administration. The table below demonstrated the top 20 offices with the highest number of grant process in the whole country. 5 local offices, we actually meant 4 local offices from the Western Cape are ranked in the top 10 and 7 are in the top 20. In the whole country, Belleville is number 1, Eerste is number 2, Khayelitsha and Gugulethu are number 4 and 5, separated by Johannesburg local office in the Gauteng province. If you go down, you'll find Wynberg, which does not even make top 20. It's within top 15, Wynberg, Mitchells Plain, and Impala. So this is the kind of responsibility that is facing us as officials of Western Cape in the whole country, that we need to look at these 1,781,000 beneficiaries and more who come to our office on a daily basis. And we are making top 15 of the offices throughout the country. It is not a small work. We don't take it lightly. I continue with the delivery of services providing statistics. Grant in payment. Chairperson, again, our terminology that we use as SASSA may be confusing because they are almost similar, and from someone who is not from SASSA may be confused. We speak about grant in payment, intake, grant processed, and all that, but I will explain them as I go through. I'm currently speaking about grant in payment from the first semester of 2023 and the first semester of 2024. We tried to compare those 2 semesters to see what is actually happening. Are we going up or are we going down? Because one of the concerns raised in the media is that there is a sudden influx that has just come to the offices in the metro, specifically 2 offices, Belleville and local and Eersterivier. So we say, let us demonstrate this when we get this opportunity to come here. By the end of September, in the first semester of 2023, our grant in payment was 1.685, 839 million. 1.7 million, if I can say that, just few hundreds. But this year, at the same period, we've grown with also few hundreds of thousands, and then we are at just over 1.7 million, an increase of 14,166, which translates to 84%. This category fluctuates as recipients fall off the system due to various reasons. Sometimes children turn 18 and there is no grant that is accommodating children over 18 up until they become 60 years. So if they can't get 370, then they are nowhere. Some beneficiaries dying and the expiration of temporary disability grant. When the temporary disability grant expires, then it has expired. So the beneficiary fall off the system. Now, if I speak of grant in payment is what we have in our system. And those grants that are already in the system that we are paying on a monthly basis. So as I say, that they fall off for various reasons. Then the intake from April to the first, let me say from the first semester of 2023, we had intake of 350,077. From the same period this year, 254,332. It is a decrease of 95,745, a decrease of 27.4%, not growth, decrease. During the first semester of the previous financial year, the intake was 350,077 compared to 254,332,000 of the same period this financial year. This is a significant drop of 95,745 from 2023 to 2024. We provide this statistical information as proof that what is seen in our local offices is not a sudden rise of influx as purported by the media. In fact, it is an opposite of what is said. It's an opposite of high influx. We have a drop of 27%. That is a significant drop. Grant processed in the same period. 121 in the same period in last year semester, 121, 899,000. This year, the same period, 128,000, which translates to 93.5%, which those grants were processed within 7 days, an increase of 6,544, which translates to 5.4% increase. What are grants processed? Grants processed indicate all types of grants processed in the region, including those that were disapproved. An increase of grant process does not reflect intake, because this might confuse to say there was a decrease, now there is increase. The intake is an indicator of every person who walked into our doors and was registered in our intake register. People come to SASSA for various reasons. Others come for inquiries, others come to collect letters, or others come for grant confirmation. Anybody that is coming through our door is registered to the intake register. I know, Chairperson, that seated there, members of the parliament might be interested to know where do we get this information. So there's the sentence there that is put in blue is put specifically to provide that clarity, that all our statistics are sourced from SASSA Business Intelligence Report System. The system extracts all data from SOCPEN. SOCPEN is a system that we use to process social grants, social pension system, and produces various reports to support decisions and at strategic and operational level. So any decision that is taken at SASSA is not taken from anywhere. It is driven by the statistics that we get from the business intelligence report system. This is where we draw this information, and we draw it with every month to make sure that we know what is going on in our space. I've given the committee the numbers that we deal with. I want to give the committee now the information on ratios, norms, and standards. SASSA has prescribed norms and standards for every function performed by official or officials at all levels. This is how we developed the standard. 8 hours a day is equal to 450 minutes if you take into account all break, lunch, and tea times and all that. The national norms were established to measure the performance of all officials across various grant administration functions in the value chain. The two main functions related to the finalization of a grant application are: 1, grant application process; 2, verification process. We only consider a grant to be completed when we completed the verification process. Any application that is taken without verification process, that application is pending, is incomplete. Now, to complete, I've put the table so that I try to divide this and then for better understanding. The first column is function, the second one is responsibility, the third one is norms, the last one is number of applications. To complete an application is completed by a grant administrator level 5. That is the lowest level you can get at SASSA local or SASSA. You cannot get anything less than level 5. The level 5, one level 5 needs 21 minutes to complete an application. So it means that one level 5 can complete 20 applications a day. If you have one level 5 at an office, you can be sure that 20 applications, not less than 20 applications, will be completed. Then the verification is done by one level higher, which is level 7. But that level has got a dual responsibility. One, the official is a supervisor and also a production worker. So the norm there is divided into 2, to give the official an opportunity to supervise and also to do verification. 70% is to verify and 30% is to supervise. That's why it's indicated there 30% management, 70% verification. So the senior grant administrator requires 13 minutes to complete a verification process, which means that one senior grant administrator cannot do less than 23 verifications a day. Then an application is completed. We have a turnaround time to finalize the application, which is an APP target that requires that 90% of the applications are to be completed within 7 days. Our previous few financial years' performance indicates that although we are expected to do 90% in 7 days, the target is exceeded, and most of our offices finalize the application within 1 day. Anybody who comes to our offices leave the office with a letter whether the application is approved or is not approved. There are those offices where we are not meeting 1 day, but I will tell you and you will understand why. But there are very few. There are fewer than those that will achieve 1 day. Remember, we are not even obliged. Our target says that 7 days, but we are already ahead. We are in 1 day. Queues and sleepovers. Our work, Chairperson, and I want to stress this because it really sometimes confuses our staff and they start to get where to the point where they do not know what really needs to do. But I want to put this to the members of the committee. We can deliberate about it at a later stage. Our work means that clients must wait on the queue for their turn before they are processed. There is nothing that we can do about that. If we can try to say that people should not wait on the queue, there will be chaos. People will break the offices, will push each other. So queues are part of our work. But the main thing is, how do we manage queues? The nature of our work makes it impossible to avoid queues. However, we do our utmost best to manage queues. There are many factors contributing to clients waiting for some time before they are processed. And I want to now to take you a little bit back to the norms and standard, because it is one of the reasons, Chairperson, why we're having queues and why people complain to say that I'm coming back to the office for the second time, I'm not assisted. And I've indicated that time that it still happened that we are unable to finish everybody sometimes, although we have a one-day turnaround. I said, when I explain, you will understand as members. And I painted a scenario on this one. I said, say 250 clients visit a local office with 5 grant administrators for grant application and 3 senior grant administrators on duty, 8 officials. Applying the established norms results in the following. A completion of application, remember it takes 20 applications for 1 grant administrator. Now we have 5 grant administrators. They will only do 100 applications. The verification process, it takes 23 applications to be verified by 1 senior grant administrator. And today we have 3 senior grant administrators. They will only be able to verify 69 applications. What does this mean, honorable members? This means that 150 applicants will not be attended to. Remember, we're 250. And only 69 applicants will be fully completed, and 71 will not be completed. There is nothing that anyone can do in an office where you have 20 applications, where you have 5 grant administrators and 3 senior grant administrators. You will only do that number. However, we mitigate this. We're not saying this is what we can do, there's nothing we can do. We go a step further, we mitigate this by using team leaders, a level above the supervisor. And to a certain extent, we even use local office managers to do a verification so that the people that are not verified because we only have certain number of grant, they are verified and the application is completed within 1 day. So that's just a repetition because it is the sentence that I've already read, where I said only 150 applicants. This means that 150 applicants will not be attended to, and only 69 I've already dealt with. Other contributing factors, maybe let me also add to that to say, those people that we were unable to assist on that particular day, we take an appointment for them to say, look, our hours is up from 7:30 to 4, but we try not to 10 clients away. If there are 5, 10 clients, we try to stay over and try to assist them, that as little and as few people as possible attend back. But some of the things are beyond our control. Remember also that we use SOCPEN system. SOCPEN system closes every day 4:30 at head office. It is not in our hands. It's a central control system which is closing at 4:30 to prevent actions of fraud. So even if we keep people further than 4 o'clock, we're still going to keep them but not assist them. So we will always try to turn people back when we have done everything that we can. There are other contributing factors to the queues. One, members of the public misleading beneficiaries to sell spaces on queues. We have almost lost this war of engaging members of the public, stakeholders, because the unemployment out there make people to be creative and seek employment in different ways. I know for the fact that in some of the offices, our members were in great danger because they were being intimidated for stopping people from sleeping over, because this means bread on the table for other people. Give me 50 rand, I will stand on the queue so that you can be number one tomorrow. And that is something in the main that we know that it happens in most of our offices. We have engaged police, we have engaged some stakeholders, we have done everything, we have spoken to the beneficiaries, we've done everything that we can do. With that, I also want to indicate one of the things that was reported in the media, that these people that sleep over there, we deny them ablution facilities. We cannot open ablution facilities in the office that is closed at night, because we are, one, creating a situation where people will come and fill the office at night, and when there are no staff members and there is no control. So during working hours, all ablution facilities are available, and water also. The disability grant application coming to our offices but get declined. 24% of DG applications that are coming to our office are declined. Can you just make note of that, because I will come to it at the next slide. DG applications coming to our office when they are not from the province. We know for the fact now that the people, why we have high number than any other region. We can't put a finger for now to say they come from this region. But what we have done, an exercise that we have done, we've sampled a number of beneficiaries who are receiving DG's chairperson, and then we've conducted a home visit to each one of them. 50% of those home visits came back saying either the beneficiary is not known, or is not staying there, or never stayed here, which means that the people who are coming to our offices are not from our region. So that adds to our queues in the offices. Another contributing factor is unemployment. People apply for disability grant. All 44,000 of the disability grant came back as temporal disability grant. I will get to that slide. Now you ask yourself that what kind of applications in all regions, disability grant is one that is not always recommended by the doctor, but us 44,000 on 80,000 that applications that we've taken, 44,000 were disability grant, and only 4,000 was permanent disability grant. So the temporal disability grant is 44,000, and that tells us that people are using the grant for putting food on the table because they are not employed. Disability grant is the only grant for persons of the age of 18 to 59. Once you turn 18, you receive child support grant. The system kicks you off, and you don't have a grant until you are 60 years, and then 60 years you apply for an old age grant. So people rather use the disability grant, except if you are admitted to be a SRT 370 beneficiary. Then fraud is one of the problems that contribute to our queues. And then I made a case of Mamasbury there to say in Mamasbury we had unmanageable queues, and then that what drew our attention was that everybody who come for disability grant had one sickness. All of them were deaf. And then we work with the police and the Hawks to find out what kind of grant, how is it possible that everybody in Mamasbury has got one sickness? We found that there's a doctor who was working with some of our officials, and they just go there, they recruit people, and then they put them on the system. The people were arrested, and there was a conviction. We are happy about that. So we are saying that the issue of fraud is also one of the issues that contribute to our queues. Now, let me deal with the disability grant. One slide on disability grant, so that because it's also one thing that was raised sharply. Our current system, the traditional system that we use at SASSA is that the client will come to our office and then we book for the client to see a doctor at a health facility of their choice. And then after that, when the doctor says, okay, from my side, I recommend, the client will come back and then we take application now, which will check our administration issues like your means test and everything. Now, for the period July to September, we had 80,040 bookings that we did to the health facilities. And assessment conducted of that, 70,000, almost 71,000 assessment were conducted. And client recommended by the doctors for permanent disability grant was 4,900. And those that were recommended by the doctors for temporary disability grant, which is valid for 6 months, were 44,014. Clients recommended for CDG. CDG is care dependence grant. It's a extra is a term is actually a disability grant for children. We call it care dependence grant. Recommended were 1,106, and clients not recommended for CDG were 3,060, and clients not recommended were 17,600, translating to 24.9%. Now, I want to take you a little bit. I said, just take note of 24%. I will talk to it. Those people came to our offices and stand on the queue. 24% of them were not recommended. So were declined. It means on average, people that are coming to our office will be declined. That 17,000 was declined. It means there was no need for that 17,000 to stand on the queue because they were going to be declined in any way. I will talk to it again for the third time so that it can make sense as I deal with the other slide. So keep in mind again, I'll talk to it for the last time so that it will make sense. Then medical assessment data from July, from the same period. I said we are the highest in the country. The KwaZulu-Natal, if you look at the second column, the KwaZulu-Natal in that period took 26,280 applications, the highest region, the region with the highest number of beneficiaries. But when it comes to disability, they only took 26,280. The Gauteng took 18,000. We took 32,000 just in that period this year. We took almost double what KwaZulu-Natal took. Now, I just put that part of information so that honorable members can see that what we mean if we say 32, that we are the highest in disability. Medical assessment data. Okay, I just is the same one. Accessing disability grants. One of the media criticism was that we have limited ways of accessing disability grants by our clients who are in need. There are various ways, Chairperson, in which our clients can access disability grants. There is follows, and I want to link this with what I said, that some of the information made us feel bad because had the media checked with us, we're going to provide information of this nature before it goes out. First of all, is the traditional way of applying for grant, which is walk into SASSA local office. It's just what I explained. You walk into SASSA local office, our officials will make a booking to the health facility, and then you go, and then they will give you whether you are recommended or not, and then you come back to our offices, we take the application. Then there's client service portal. Client service portal a client can make a booking on the online platform for an assessment to be conducted at the facility where the client is treated. Client does not have to visit SASSA office for a booking. So it means if I am going to a clinic in Mitchell's Plain for my blood pressure and my sugar diabetes, I can as well say, doctor, now can you assess me for a SASSA grant without coming to SASSA office, and a doctor will assess you, and then you don't come to the SASSA office. The clinician-initiated assessments applicable to tertiary institutions. It's there in tertiary institutions like your Tiger Bags and so forth. No booking is required. Clients are assessed by a treating health practitioner. When the need arises and referred to SASSA for an application. So when the need arises for a client, the treating health practitioner will assess the client. I said to the members, they must just hold on for 24.9%. This is what we are now engaging the Department of Health, and we want to advocate, because this will mean that the 24% that came to our offices, which is 17,000, that came to our offices and stand on the queue, ended up not being approved. If they go straight to the health facility, the doctor will tell you that you don't have to go to SASSA because I don't recommend you for a sickness, for a disability grant. And then the whole 17% will not come to our office. But we are now currently engaging the Department of Health to say, can we agree that this is a way to go? And every client should not come to our office first. Let there be health practitioner initiated assessment. SASSA interventions to mitigate these challenges. Are we sitting back and watching these challenges or not? Or have we tried anything to say on these challenges that we see, we hear? What is it that we have done? We pride ourselves with the interventions we are making in ensuring that we mitigate every challenge despite the resource challenge. The following are some of our interventions, and it is some of many interventions that we have made. Deployment of staff to take DG applications in 4 health facilities in Belleville catchment area, which is Beach of Levis, Delft, Visante Kral, and Symphony Way. We said when you go to the doctor, you don't have to come back to the local office. Although we have a staff problem, but we send our officials there to say, we'll take your application there. Immediately when your doctor recommend you, our official will be there to take an application from there so that you don't have to come back to SASSA. The region is currently in discussion with the Provincial Department of Health sub-districts on health-initiated assessment on disability grant. I've just mentioned that, I've just explained it. We held a number of outreach programs in various areas within our and outside the metro, that is Cape Town, Joslovo, Mitchell's Plain, Tafelberg, Atlantis, West Coast, Wynberg, Lotus Rivier, Athlone, Manenberg, to help alleviate pressure at local offices. An additional 3 outreach sessions are planned for Easter Refill, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, and during the 3rd and 4th quarter. We are taking part, and we really appreciate this, that the Premier, through our Social Development Minister in the province, invited us to take part in the Premier's First Thursday program and the Provincial Department of Local Government, 2 SOC centers, mobile centers outreach program. We are already now beginning to engage our local office that when we take, our head office, that when we take part in the Premier's Thursday, we don't just go there as an inquiry desk. They must open the SOC pen every first Thursday of the month so that we process everything that is supposed to be processed during this first day of the month. We currently engaging union and other stakeholders on the extension of service hours at local offices from 8 to 12. One of the main things, the GM Grant Administration has got an instruction that by July, we must have these offices working 12 hours, that we want to introduce the shift, but we are still engaging unions. The shift that we have officials starting at 6 o'clock, finishing at 2 o'clock, and those that will start 10 o'clock and finish at 6 o'clock to keep the offices open for 12 hours. We are not yet there, but we hope to be there very soon. Chairperson, I have made effort to get to this picture. The picture below demonstrates where we were and what happens if we implement all the interventions I have mentioned. The picture was taken in Gugulethu in November 2022. There was an influx problem as it was in Belleville. We sent a new manager who implemented some of the interventions and the picture changed. We had a problem in Gugulethu. If you go to Gugulethu now, you will never find something like this. I'm not saying that you will find an ideal situation, but something like this is a thing of the past. With that, there are historical factors, Chairperson, that affecting service delivery. The stubborn structural practices, no SASSA footprint in some part of the region. Well, SASSA footprint is needed. Most, but overabundance in areas where there is less need. Historical arrangement case in point is that of Beaufort West. The above situation has a potential to make it impossible for SASSA to render services in a transformed way. Chairperson, I'll take advantage of this because I'm speaking to the politicians to talk about a political terminology called a bifurcated state. A bifurcated state is in fact a colonial arrangement by colonial regimes where all colonized states were arranged in terms of the rural and urban areas. Urban being modern and Eurocentric and capitalist, and the rural being Africanist and communitarian. The sad part is that all the resources were channeled to the areas which were regarded as urban. And all colonized states to this date have failed to correct that problem in Africa. And the case in point here is Beaufort West. If you go to Beaufort West, we have an office in Beaufort West, but we service Lensburg where there is no office. Every day, our officials must drive 200 kilometers to Lensburg. And when they're in Lensburg, they must also service areas around Lensburg, like your Louis Kamacha, Prince Albert, Mauriceburg, and other areas. And that is a double sword, Chairperson, in the sense that it exposes our officials on unnecessary fatigue, knowing that that road is a death road. And it also works against the beneficiaries because they don't get full service. Our officials have got only 11, the office in Beaufort West has only got 11 officials, including the managers, the two managers. So when they come there, immediately when they come, they prepare to leave because they must drive back another 200 kilometers. So for staff members to drive 450 to 500 kilometers a day to render a service, they will only render service for a few hours and come back. We can't accommodate them there. It's going to be unsustainable because it's too expensive. So I just thought, Chairperson, I put the issue of Wynberg as I indicate of Beaufort West, as I indicated that when we get this opportunity, we don't only see it as an opportunity to account, but an opportunity to also cry to you to say, as politicians and representatives of the people who elected you, help us so that we can help the people, because these are also our people, our mothers, our sisters, our children, and our disabled relatives. I want to pause there and hand over to my colleagues who will deal now with the issue of offices and our leases. And I want to thank you, Chairperson, for listening to me and the members. Even though my first part was a bit longer, I really thank you for the attention that we have given me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Acting Regional Manager. Are you going to deal with the infrastructure? You may proceed. Thank you. Members, you are in order that we deal with the entire presentation and then resort to questions and answers. So please do note your questions and answers or comments or compliments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just going to take you through the slides that indicate the lease portfolio that we have in the Western Cape and also highlight some of our challenges when it comes to accommodation. I think I need to start by indicating that in terms of our policy, how we acquire office accommodation, we have to go through the department, the National Department of Public Works. Our policy requires us to go through them. In terms of our lease policy portfolio, we have 32 leases that are divided as follows. We have state and state-owned facilities. These are mainly Tusong centers. We have them in the Boland Overberg area, which is one of our districts. We have a Tusong center, a presence in a Tusong center in Grabo, in Bredasdorp, Robertson, as well as Ceres. In Eden Karoo, we have a presence in the Prince Albert Tusong Center, Thembaletu, which is in George, Ladysmith, which is in Kanaland, Riversdale, Mossel Bay, Kwanuktula, which is in Bito, as well as Oudtshoorn. In the West Coast, we have presence in Atlantis. I know that Atlantis is part of City of Cape Town. However, it services the West Coast district. We also have a presence in the Ilingaletu Tusong Center, which is in Swartland. In the metros, we are accommodated at the Kuyasa Library, and this is the Khayelitsha local office. We also have free rentals or shared facilities. The first one is in Piketberg, which has been given to us by the Bergrivier municipality, as well as Guguletu, which is shared with the Department of Social Development, and it is in the Guguletu area. We have privately owned leases that are rented directly with SASSA. Our Culloden local office is leased directly. Fred and Dahl local office is also leased directly. George, Easter Rivier, and we have a document warehouse which is located in Epping. We also, as indicated earlier, are leasing facilities, mainly our offices, through the National Department of Public Works. These offices include our regional office, our Cape Town local office, the Bellville local office, Mitchells Plain office, Athlone, Wynberg, Paarl, as well as Vredenburg, Beaufort West, Worcester, and the district office, which is located in Paarl. That's the Boland district office. It is important for us to indicate, Chairperson, that in 2007, when the agency was established till 2022, our Khayelitsha office was shared with a DSD. However, in 2022, in October, we were unfortunately evicted from that facility, which was at Julius Solo in Khayelitsha. This is why we are located temporarily in the Kuyasa Library. Secondly, it's also important for us to highlight that since 2007 till 2023, in Piketberg, we did share an office with social development. However, again, in June 2023, we were evicted from that space due to, we were informed that the facility would be renovated, maintenance was going to be done, but we could not go back to that facility. The Bergrivier municipality accommodated us temporarily, and we are currently trying to find an alternative facility because they also want us out of that office space. In terms of our processes that we follow in the next slide, I just want to take you through the process that we have to follow when we acquire office accommodation through the Department of Public Works. We have to always provide them with what is called a procurement instruction. This instruction is signed by our CFO at the moment, and it is sent to the National Department of Public Works. They then follow a normal tender process where they advertise and try to secure office accommodation for us. The majority of these properties are usually privately owned. The lease is then signed by the Department of Public Works on behalf of the agency. Since 2007, when the agency was established, we did provide 2 PIs for the Guguletu office. There was Guguletu 1 and 2. Those are PIs, Chairperson. And these PIs were advertised since 2018 by the Department of Public Works, but to date, we have not yet found accommodation. I've just listed there, shown the tender number, the dates on which it was advertised, and the fact that they have not found any accommodation for us. In 2023, upon not finding any accommodation for us, we then requested the National Department of Public Works to rather approach our accommodation requirements through a deviation process. They then requested the deviation, and on the 17th of October, the deviation was granted by the minister then. And we were able to view 2 sites on the 25th of March, which was the Guguletu Mall as well as the FAU building in NY1. To date, Chairperson, we are still awaiting approval for that particular facility, which is the Guguletu Mall. And we have engaged with the Department of Public Works. However, they have indicated that the delegations to sign off on that lease have been withdrawn from the region, and they are now sitting with the minister. The region has also intervened by writing to the DG to request an intervention and to try and fast track the process. Chairperson, it's now 3 months since we've been waiting for accommodation. Then we have challenges in Khayelitsha. Similar to Guguletu, we did do Khayelitsha 1 and 2. In Khayelitsha, the adverts were put out already since 2021, and to date, we still have not secured any accommodation. Khayelitsha is part of the deviation that was granted by the Department of Public Works, and they have finally identified a site in July 2024. We viewed the site and we confirmed that it would be suitable for our clients to access. We then confirmed the funds in terms of rental on the 8th of November, but to date, we are still awaiting feedback. According to the Department of Public Works, they did receive the proposal from the landlord. However, they are in a process of negotiation. Since we could not get the accommodation timelessly, we then did our own initiatives. We engaged with the City of Cape Town, and they confirmed and approved accommodation for us at the Guyasa Library. We finalized the plans, the floor plans with the City of Cape Town. We submitted an application and we confirmed the rates with the City of Cape Town on the 8th of November 2024. In terms of our discussions, they are still to come back to us as to when the tenant installation will be completed in that facility. However, we are engaging regularly with the City of Cape Town. Furthermore, in our discussions with the City of Cape Town, we've identified a serviced site in Kulani. It is behind the police station in Khayelitsha. There, Chairperson, we plan to put modular offices, and we are hoping that the City of Cape Town will complete their internal processes before the end of the financial year. This process was started on the 13th of May 2024 when we submitted the application. We've done the land application, paid the land application fees, and the floor plans have been completed. Yes, thank you. I think I can hand over to Mr. Nhlangoti.
Thank you, Chair. I want to come back again. I've indicated earlier on that the situation that we faced in Guguletu made us to implement some measures. And much as Belleville is one of the local offices that is highly crowded, we have implemented a lot of interventions. And if you look at the picture that I have flighted there, that picture was taken last Friday on the 29th of November, 2024. Although we are not where we want to be, the picture is a demonstration of progress brought by our intervention. So I wanted to bring this to the attention of the committee that even if they are beneficiaries standing outside, we give them chairs, they sit down, they're water coolers. There is a golden rule at SASSA that all sick beneficiaries with wheelchairs, older beneficiaries and frail, they are given a special treatment. They are on the special line, they get special treatment. We do that. Anyone passing may not see because people are standing, but we know that that is a queue for only sick and frail people. But in some instances, because of the number of the volume, maybe the people will stand outside, but we try to make sure that we do what we can do. As the new regional executive appointed on acting basis, I had to put my priorities also to make sure that the people that we serve are served better. And I met with the CEO whom I report to, and I registered my priorities. I thought I need to bring them to this house so that the members will know that we are not sitting, not doing anything. I've coined my priorities into 3 categories. The first one being the governance priorities. With that, I mean the restoration of work ethics through enforcement of discipline. It is true that we always receive complaints that maybe beneficiaries are not treated well by our staff members. We cannot ignore that and say it's not happening. We want to enforce discipline. If there is a case that is proven that any of our officials have treated beneficiaries in a manner that does not subscribe to our SASSA values, we will take decisive action. Bridging relationship gap between staff and management in order to rebuild confidence. There is sometimes we feel that there is no good relationship between staff and us. So we want to make sure that if we are to build and give our beneficiaries better service, we need to see eye to eye and work together with our beneficiaries, with our junior staff. We want to motivate and improve staff members' morale for better return of investment. There is no need for us to worry about people treating our beneficiaries bad if we have motivated staff members. So we need to start there as my priorities around governance priorities. Then the second part of my priorities is service delivery priorities. All departments will have something to do to make sure that we change the picture. Introduction of service standards. That is quite critical, that from either the support units or grant administration, which is core business, everybody should know if I put my application for transfer at HR, is there a service standard? Do I know when am I going to get a decision, or it's just going to lie there? So as in core business, the human capital management, the training all support officials on SOCPEN. Our principle is that you cannot be a policeman and cannot arrest people. If you work for SASSA, you should at least be able to understand the basic SOCPEN so that when a GOGO calls, you are able to get into SOCPEN and respond to a GOGO and not say that I'll take your call to the grant administrator, because people don't know between social grant administrators and supply chain and HR. Everybody working for SASSA must be able to understand the basics of SOCPEN. That the general manager behind me will make sure that by March, all our support staff will be trained on SOCPEN. The facilities, immediate procurement of new local offices in Khayelitsha and Gugulethu. I started in SASSA 2007. We're still struggling to get the local office in Khayelitsha, in Gugulethu. And social development does not want us in their offices. So it's something that is need to be told because it is a reality. The Julius Solo eviction created a lot of problems because people never had a problem with Julius Solo. It's central. Everybody went there. But now we find ourselves all over the show. And there was no preparation because we went out thinking that we'll come back because the office is under renovation. Later, we were told that we are not coming back. Grants, the immediate eradication of queues in all local offices. That is my competence together with the GM grant administration. As I say that I've met with unions already, we want to extend hours to 12 hours. If we finish this from 6 o'clock, we'll start processing. Even now, when we start 6 o'clock, we can't do anything because SOCPEN opens after 6, long after 6, when the office is open. So my last priority is immediate deliverables. Immediate deliverables are things that I've mentioned there. I've extracted those that I think should be delivered as of yesterday, like the introduction of service standards, the training of support staff on SOCPEN, and immediate procurement of new offices in Khayelitsha, immediate eradication of queues in all local offices. This is how we want to see as chairperson in the next year. We don't know if we will get there, but we'll do everything that when you come to our offices, you see a picture like that. And it is not far-fetched. It can happen. That picture did not just happen. The people working in that environment, they made it to look like this. So we want our offices to look like the picture there. I am now going to hand over to Mr. Van Vrede to deal with the post bank, then we will be done.
Thank you. Acting Executive Manager, sir, you may proceed.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, members, Minister of Social Development, Provincial Department. Just a few slides, because one of the requests was just to have some information as well on the Postbank card replacement project, which I believe most of us probably know that Postbank is currently undertaking a project to replace all of the current, we call them the SASSA Gold cards. They're currently replacing all of those cards under the instruction of the South African Reserve Bank. This project commenced with various, they had to do quite a lot of work on the background, procure new cards, make sure that the security and all of that, those issues on the new cards were meeting the standards of the SARB and Visa. And that was pretty much done up to the end of July this year. In July, they then started the actual rollout. They issued some dummy cards in their head office in Bloemfontein just to get a sense of how the process would work. That went well, and then they started the live issuing in KZN in 4 sites towards the end of July, August, just to also then get the sense to see how beneficiaries would respond so they could then develop a project rollout plan. And that is, after that phase, they then started the sort of bulk rollout to all of the provinces. And that's where we are at the moment. In terms of rollout, they're using mainly retailers, which they partner with, Pick n Pay, Boxer, Shoprite, Spar, are the main retailers that they'll be using. And although they're not using the staff of the retailers, they have their own staff in those retailers because of the security issues around the card. They have to do the project themselves. And where necessary, so one of the challenges that we do have, because people were transferred from the old, what we call it, the IGPS, it's a banking system that the post office used to use before handing the contract over to Postbank, which was compromised. They are now transferring all clients over to what they call their UBS system, which is the normal banking system that they use for other Postbank clients. So clients will essentially get a new bank account together with a new card all of that should happen seamlessly in the background, or the transition should happen seamlessly in the background. However, there was a couple of instances during the month of October, in particularly when the sort of larger rollout began to happen, and a little bit in November, but not quite as bad as in October. And we're hoping that the month of December will run smoothly, and then this project can be scaled up quite significantly after that. So the aim is to focus on the more high density areas in the beginning, and then to mop up some of the smaller areas later on. Currently, there's about 128 active card replacement sites across the country, with the plan to expand to over 2,000 in the next couple of months. But they have started off slow to try and limit the impact of any teething problems that they've experienced along the way. So in the first 2 months, since October and November, of the sort of 3 million cards they need to replace, they've only replaced 75,000 cards. But they are now, if once things starts running a lot more smoothly, they will begin to ramp this up. And I think the important point, or the important thing, which is often we get a lot of confusion in the media as well, is that the cards don't expire in December. The cards will remain active until they get replaced. And that's a key message we also trying to put out to all clients, is that the existing gold cards will remain active until such a time that they are replaced. Not saying people should wait too long, but we obviously should try and replace them as quick as possible, but also with sort of in that timelines that the Post Bank will communicate to their clients as well for the replacement of the gold cards. In terms of some of the challenges, communication is always a big challenge, and that's definitely an area where we are looking at strengthening. Both ourselves coordinating a lot better with Postbank and Postbank as well, just communicating a lot better in terms of the new card replacement sites they have, where they're activating new sites, encouraging clients, because word of mouth spread. So this was the big problem largely in October, because they only opened a few sites, and when word of mouth spreads that you can get a new card at this site, you'll find people flocking from all over the province, or all over this the regions, to that particular site, and then it causes overcrowding, running out of stock, and issues like that. So we have been also trying to encourage clients to sort of suggest that the site will open near you as within the next few months. But where a site is open, do not to actively seek the replacement of your card without delaying it too much. Where challenges do arise, clients need to then call the Postbank call center. Then I've put the number as well on the slide, 0800 53 54 55. There has been some challenges where when the card didn't activate immediately, which often left people in panic, because it then appears as if the money didn't appear on the card. But those issues can be sorted out when the client calls the call center. And then there's also a USD code for clients to be able to check for a site that has been activated, a card replacement site which has been activated near them, which is *120 *218 *3#. At the moment, there's only 6 sites in the Western Cape, but as mentioned earlier on, we should see a few more opening in December, but from January onwards, then Postbank should be ramping up this project quite significantly, and we should have hopefully dealt with all teething challenges by then. I think the next slide I've mentioned, there's the issue. Clients will the switching issue. Clients get both a new account as well as a new card, but all of that happens in the background, so clients wouldn't need to necessarily worry too much about that. What we have also done is to just for clients to sort of deal with the confusion that people often have around the SASSA card belonging to SASSA. In this new rollout of these cards, we decided not to co-brand with Postbank, so that clients can be fully aware that they are actually having a banking product. And so the new cards that are issued are black card, only branded with Postbank, with the sort of contact details on that. I think it's also useful for the members to note that Postbank is no longer our biggest bank in terms of banks that are preferred by clients in terms to receive their grant. Their numbers have dwindled quite a lot over the past years, from once upon a time when they were about 8 million to about 3 million where they currently are, which represents about 25% of SASSA clients using the Postbank, which makes them the second biggest bank, with Capitec being the biggest bank that our clients choose to use at 35%. And as SASSA, we will always, in terms of our legislation, respect the wishes of our clients, whichever bank they want to use. We will activate their grant payments into those bank accounts, and if any client wants to change at any particular point in time, we'll ensure that we make the facilities available for them to do that as seamless as possible as well. Thanks. I'm going to hand back to you, Sibusiso, for closing.
Thank you, EM, and thank you, Chairperson. I'm now dealing with the last slide for conclusion. Chairperson, we wish to appreciate the invitation by the Standing Committee on Social Development, and we honestly do not see it as interference. We understand the constitutional obligation placed upon the honorable members of the committee to exercise oversight to make sure that citizens benefit from their hard-earned right of social assistance. It is for this reason that we always welcome the oversight from members of provincial legislature and see this invitation as an opportunity for us to clarify issues about our work and to be told where we do wrong. We know that statistics always tell us whether or not we are successful in rendering services to the people of Western Cape. However, we have never lost sight of the fact that behind these numbers we have just presented to you is our mothers, orphans, disabled citizens, children, and widows who are victims of COVID-19. Above all, behind the numbers, it is people. During COVID-19, when most government departments and private sector organizations were closed, we did not close our offices. We lost lives of our officials, but we showed our dedication by continuing to serve. It is not our intention to defend our shortcomings, but we are determined to reassure the Standing Committee of our commitment to serve the people of Western Cape and reject every notion that services have collapsed. The work that we do is not just a job. It is a calling to serve without expecting something in return. However, we do have some within our ranks who do not understand this important part of our work. We therefore ask you to be patient with us, continue to hold us accountable, but support us where we need support. At the end, we are called to serve people who elected you to safeguard their sacred rights to social assistance. As a result, our failure to provide dignified services to them is your failure to protect their hard-earned right. As SASSA, we continue to selflessly provide service to the vulnerable people of Western Cape in a most dignified way by providing the right grant to the right person at the right time and place. Njalo. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to you, sir, and all who presented to the committee this afternoon. We are almost 2 hours into our meeting, and at this stage, members, with your indulgence, I'm going to ask that we take a 15-minute body break. I want to urge members, please, I'm sure that you had the privilege of having the presentation. You did make your notes. So when you come back for your questions, please don't sketch a long scenario or story. I know you've got quite a few examples that you can make, but please stick and keep it to the point. Where there are numbers on the slides, please refer to those slide numbers so that we can manage our time effectively to give those members of the public and stakeholders also an opportunity to raise their questions, their comments, or their compliments. I believe we do have another member of the public present that has joined us, ma'am. If you can kindly introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Damaris Kiewicz, and I'm from the Cape Metro.
Thank you very much and welcome, Ms. Kiewicz. We then now suspend proceedings and will return to the chambers at 4 o'clock. There is some cold water in the members' lounge for those that wish to have some. Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members, colleagues of the entity, as well as stakeholders and members of the public. We now reconvene our session this afternoon. Members, can I please ask that I restrict you to 2 questions? And remember, we promised each other that we're not going to make long introductions because we really want to get to the members of the public as well. So as many questions as I have, I would really want to give members of the committee an opportunity first, and then I will take the last bite of the cherry with concerns to the to the committee members. Member Barnes?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity of 2 questions. Now I must see which one is more important than the other ones.
Member Barnes, my apologies for interrupting. We're just making sure that the translation services are working. So if anybody is in need of translation, channel 2 will translate to Afrikaans. We've seen the entire meeting almost now in English. So we would love you to understand actually what is being asked and what is being responded. That may also impact on your questions. So please move to a bench where you will have access to the headpiece, channel 2. Thank you very much, Member Barnes.
Thanks again, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you to the department for SASSA for such a in-depth presentation. I'm trying to see what is important that I must raise because I have a number of questions. I think let me start with the second page where we have the organogram, I think, or where it's reflecting the staffing of SASSA. I'm not sure, is it only the delegation or is it general? Yeah, under Western Cape, I noticed 1, 2, 3, 4 acting positions. I'm not sure if you are in a position to be responding. Perhaps I should raise it as a comment. Chair, normally when there are too many acting positions, it's normally normal. It gets tend to be having problems that are arising because of the act. So I'm not sure if I'm preaching it to the right audience, but I think the matter of acting is one of the challenges that I'm picking up just by reading through the document as to why there might be challenges in SASSA. Something I think it should be taken forward to where it is needed to be heard, that from this provincial legislature, there is a concern that says for acting under a serious entity like SASSA, where a last command is, it is kind of abnormal and unhealthy for an institution like that. Chair, my last one, I'm hoping, because I must scroll down what is important now from the many. Chair, there has been I think the presenter was presenting to us on Beaufort West. I am from Beaufort West, so you said no speeches. I came here with my own mandate of saying I must raise this issue of the services the community is getting there from SASSA. But now I've listened because I wanted to bring forth to say 2 hours they are on the road traveling. I'm from Maritzburg. Now that is an area also affected. 2 hours to there, and then they get there, they work 4 hours. What quality service are the communities, in fact, the beneficiaries getting? 2 hours there, 4 hours you are working. How many are you servicing? 2 hours you are going back. Your days finishes 8 hours. And it's happening once in a month through the mobile services. Now, I wanted to hear from SASSA. What are the recommendations? It's no use for us to come here, sit and complain and clash into each other's faces back and forward. What would be immediate things from our side as a government that we could assist to stop these blockages that are there? These blockages are there, and these are not, by the way, issues. It's issues that are costly to the living of our people. People are depending on these things. Imagine you must hike to Beaufort West, or if you are in Canaland, you must hike from Ladysmith, from Zauzawar to get to Ladysmith. You are already a pensioner. You must borrow money to get to a service where you must repay it. What are the recommendations? I don't want to say wrong or right. Give us recommendations so that when we also further deliberate where we deliberate, we know from a view that is you what to move forward. So I'm just going to park there and leave my rest sets of questions. I'm paralyzed moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Barnes. Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support Member Barnes on that one. They must tell us how we can help them. I'm also with the two questions, but Chairperson, Mr. Tlangoti referred to an intake register, and we've been to some of the sites, and it so happens that you also mentioned that people don't have to queue because a medical practitioner can sort that out, but people do queue. And now my question is, at times when somebody queues until the cutoff time, then they need to come back the next day, but that doesn't necessarily make them first in the queue the next day. You know, so is there not a system where somebody really queued the whole day, got cut off at 4:30, come back the next day, and it's the same thing again? Because we've experienced people who were cut off twice in a row, and they need to travel there, they need to rent cars. Should there not be a system where you get preference the next day based on you being affected by being cut off? And the media also spoke about ghost beneficiaries in your investigations. Is that true? You know, ghost, there was media saying that some people went into the system and they tested the system and they came across ghost beneficiaries. And if that is the case, then it is also something that tell us where we can assist, you know. And lastly, Chairperson, we appreciate your first Thursdays. The minister was very chuffed about that. And when I was a mayor, I used to attend the first Thursdays. I think this is definitely a different vibe that you folks are creating. And I also like the fact, Mr. Tlangoti, where you said that you just don't go there to be part of it, but you also set up a desk to assist. So lastly, Chairperson, on your rented leases properties, we found that people complain about shelters. And the answer is always that SASSA can do nothing because the building does not belong to SASSA. And I've always been saying, SASSA must tell us if we need to assist to speak to the landlords. I don't think a landlord would say no if there's an official request, but we want to back you up in that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Member Boyson. And I think just in terms of my questions, which is, I'll keep it brief. I think I was covered by Member Barnes in terms of the acting positions. One, you see from past experience or in any organization, if there's acting positions, it doesn't necessarily mean that such person is either much committed to the job because the person are acting, or systems don't flow because the person are acting. What is the reason? These people are acting in these positions, which I would think make them competent and capable of doing the job. Why is it that they are still acting in these positions? My next question, Member Barnes, I think you read my mind also in terms of Beaufort West. You said that that's the only office. Why, during all these years, did you not manage to establish another office in the Central Karoo? And then the SOCPEN system, that system is controlled nationally, if I understood you correctly. What I've also found from oversight visit, we have a lot of very dedicated and committed staff members. So what we have encountered and also what we have spoken on is not the incompetence or that staff doesn't want to assist. There are reasons why they are hampered from doing what they need to do. And one of those issues that were mentioned was the system itself. Besides from network issues, staff mentioned that sometimes the system are failing them. There would be hours on end that the system is not working. And obviously that has got impact on how many clients you serve per day. I think I'm going to leave my questions for now. I just want to be cautious as well in terms of discipline, because that is what I expect from the members. I must do the same. I still have quite a few questions, but I'm going to go online now. Member Kasim.
And Member Van Vogel, Chair, sorry, my hand function is not working.
Thank you, Member Van Vogel. I will give an opportunity to Member Kasim, and then I will come back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just have two questions. My first one is with regards to the presentation, which states that, or rather points out the issue of public misleading SASSA beneficiaries in exchange, the issue of skipping the line and then the money exchange. I know that that happens in a lot of our areas as well, but I might have missed a point, or I'm not sure if you touched on it in terms of staff members within SASSA and the different pay points as well. I just wanted to get an indication, how many cases are you currently dealing with internally of SASSA officials also doing the same thing, taking money from beneficiaries, and then also at the different pay points? If you can just give a breakdown for the different regions within the Western Cape. And then also secondly, I just wanted to touch on digitizing applications. I know that SASSA managed to digitalize applications for the social relief of distress, which was the 350 Rand grants. And if SASSA could do that back then they can also equally digitalize applications associated with all forms of grants, whether it be old age, social grants, child support, and things like that. I got cut off for a bit, Speaker. I'm not sure if SASSA spoke on that. If I can just get an idea as to what the plans are in terms of that type of system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Kasim. Can I also please ask, since we are now speaking about staff, so that one can cluster and condense the issue itself so that you can respond in full. Also, the issue of staff shortages. You mentioned the various levels and what those staff members do. The issue that we found is also that some officers are short-staffed. And where someone leaves the service, it doesn't necessarily mean that the position, although it was a funded position, gets filled after that person vacates the position. And we were informed that there's apparently a national committee that decides on critical positions. What do you deem as a critical position when that person was employed by the office to render a specific task, and now that position is left vacant, which other staff members then fulfill, but obviously places extra burden on that staff member and that office in itself. If you can please just include that in your response as well. Member Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me start by welcoming the presentation and also the fact that SASSA acknowledged there's a problem. I will also try, I think I'm partly covered by my colleagues when it comes to assistance, and you also partly covered me when it comes to staff shortages. But I want to understand from from SASSA, because the queues and overnight waiting for individuals queuing overnight at SASSA offices, are there designated waiting areas provided? And if not, what resources or support will be necessary to establish such facilities? And additionally, is SASSA, I think you touched on the issue about staff shortages in these high demand offices, and if so, by how many positions are these offices understaffed? And then lastly, Chair, if I may, I want to understand because in my constituency, I pick up that in my office, I've found that you have mamas there who are saying that they couldn't get their money, but the office promised that they will get their money in December. What is the reason? Why are people not getting their monies? while the system shows there is a payment, but they can only get the money in December. So that's what happened in November in my area. Thank you, Chair.
Dankie, Member Winvogel. So, committee members, with your indulgence, I'm going to afford the entity to respond to those questions posed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members for the questions. And I would like to just indicate that there are members on the line from SASSA who will also be responding to the questions. Mr. Zulu is online to take all HR related questions. We will start from the acting positions. And then Mr. Van Vrede, okay, Mrs. Karen Costa will deal with the issue of the system, the SOP and down and all that. Maybe also Mr. Pfeiffer will also indicate as to how much we lost as a result of that and how do we try to contain that so that we know what we lost when SOPEN is down. Then Mr. Franfrede will touch on the issue of the payment that the honorable member just asked now. And Sieto and Mr. Shongwe will deal with the issues relating to facilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu. You can lead us. So let's deal with that and then finish with the people online, Mr. Zulu and Mrs. Costa. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. If I can talk to the slide that is reflected here, I will indicate that, Chairperson, the acting on the first one for Mr. Nhlangoti is because the post of the regional executive manager has just been funded. It was not funded before because of the business processes that we were dealing with. But we have finalized the issue and concluded with the minister that all provincial offices will remain in operation. Therefore, the funding aspect has to take place. So we have started with the funding of the regional executive manager. That is why Mr. Nhlangoti is acting. For the management of delegations in terms of signing and approval, you will see that the acting GM grants administration is a person who is just assisting Mr. Nhlangoti on operational reasons, but is not acting in a sense that because the post of a grant administration, GM grant administration is vacant. It is not, because of Mr. Nhlangoti being the incumbent of the post. So it is just to ensure that signing and delegations, financial and otherwise, are effectively implemented. If I can also talk to the acting GM corporate services, that position, Chairperson, was occupied by Mr. Abdul, who retired at the end of June this year. Due to, Chairperson, the issue of budget limitation facing the government, when the post becomes vacant, it is not automatical that such a post will be a replacement will be obtained. We appointed we established what we call it critical post committee, which is managing the risk in terms of the reprioritization of post. In other words, when the money or the post becomes vacant, the money is like taken to a central point and redistributed according to the needs, wherein all 10 offices are taken into perspective, meaning the 9 provinces and head office. And based on the level and complexity of the work, to say, amongst others, the issue of service delivery, then the funding of those positions becomes the priority. So we do have what we call it a critical post committee, We are having guidelines which, if it is necessary, we can share them, which indicates what is meant by critical position. The issue of service delivery is important. We also ensuring that positions in the local offices are prioritized because that is where service delivery is taking place. But Chairperson, the issue of budget is the main aspect that the budget of that we are getting in terms of compensation of employees is shrinking every year because the cost of living that we are getting or employees are getting in terms of collective agreement every April is not a funded mandate. So Treasury, when they give us money, they say we must reprioritize. So each time we get a budget, it is less by 4% each year because of the cost of living that we are getting. We have to budget for. So that is why we established this critical committee to manage that risk, that we reprioritize the positions. So as I was saying, that the acting that you can see, acting grant admin, acting corporate services, that one is a vacated post which we did not prioritize in the current financial year. We will look at it in terms of the next financial year, depending on the budget. But those are the issues that we do have a senior manager and a general manager. Relatively, they are of one bracket in terms of the category. Is only that they differ in terms of responsibility. But we do have senior manager in terms of human resource. We do have the senior manager in terms of facilities. We do have the manager in terms of legal services. Those are the people who are reporting to this one. So that is the issue that makes us to reprioritize the positions. Hence, you find that in some of the issues, we appoint people to act on a temporal measure, which acting should not exceed 12 months. If it does exceed, we have to rotate until we find or we get funding to activate and fill that positions. So the acting senior manager grants is because of operational of operational arrangement and the senior manager and the GM grant administration. That is how far I can explain the issue of acting, that it is unavoidable, Chairperson, because work should be done. We are overstretching people, which is a problem, but we negotiate with them for the sake of ensuring that service delivery is attended until we have money, because we are overstretched budget-wise in terms of the COE. If I can, I think that question also addresses the issue of shortage of staff. At a bare minimum, in terms of the guidelines, we are ensuring that where there is work like the processing of grant administration, of grant application, each local office, we are trying our best. We have prioritized that it should, at a bare minimum, operate at 50% capacity. And then when we get money, we are pushing to have at least 75% in terms of the capacity, especially with grant administrators, senior grant and team leaders. Those are a type of categories of employees who are at the call phase in terms of ensuring that grant application are processed. So currently the region, if I talk of the whole of Western Cape, we are having 699 positions that are funded, of which we have currently about 8 that we have just funded them for filling. We funded 3 in June or July, and then in the 15th of last month we funded 5 because of those reprioritization, Chairperson. So we are prioritizing the money to fund the position at the local offices. We are overstretched, as you could see. We are having more than 421 local offices throughout the country. And then we, as we know, Gauteng and Western Cape, they've got a high number in terms of the population. That is why our focus is shifting based on the number of intake that we have to. And then when we find the position, we are influenced by that. So we do have only about 2 offices, Chairperson, which currently are below 50%. And those offices, it's Wynberg, which is currently at 43% in terms of the capacity, and also the Cape Town local office, which is right in town, which is the one that is operating at 38% in terms of local offices. But the rest are ranging between 50 and 70 up to 87. If I can talk of Vredendal, for example, 60%, Vredenberg is 58, Beaufort West is 50, George is 87, Oudtshoorn 57, Paarl 70. So you can name it up to Khayelitsha, which is 73 in terms of the capacity. That shows, Chairperson, that we are working, but we are limited by the availability of budget. And as I'm saying, at a bare minimum, our priorities are being revised by the committee, and we are focusing on ensuring that at least 50% operation in terms of the capacity in all offices is available. We do know that, Chairperson, as people are doing more than one's work, it is overstretching them, because in terms of the burning out and the exit, people leaving organization and also people getting sick or on long-term leave, we do have those type of experiences. That is why we are factoring all those kind of things to ensure that any budget that comes in is prioritized to fill in the position. That is how far, Chairperson, I can indicate. We do have statistical data. If your Chairperson, they need that, we can provide to indicate in detail which office, how many people, how many positions are filled, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GM. May I request Mrs. Karen Coste to deal with the automation and the technology issues?
Good afternoon again to the colleagues. The question that I had, that I have here, is around the sock pen system not being available for days on end. The sock pen system is a mainframe system, which is quite stable in itself. We do find that there are challenges when our staff members need to verify themselves biometrically for certain functions like the high-risk transactions. This is one of the measures that was implemented to combat fraud. Unfortunately, our access to the Department of Home Affairs is through a different link, and that is the link of the Integrated Justice System. It's called the PIP service. And that service is sometimes down, or even Home Affairs might be at times that they're not available. And then our staff members are unable to authenticate at the time. So in this regard, we have engaged with Department of Home Affairs to request them for a direct link to their database so that we don't have to go through someone else's link, like Integrated Justice System. We have recently received feedback from Home Affairs, and they signed the memorandum of agreement between SASSA and Home Affairs. And we will now be able to get the technical teams to discuss with each other so that we set up that direct link, which would then in future enable us to have our staff authenticate. I almost want to say at an immediate level, so that there's not that delay in services. And the sock pen system then should in itself not have any challenges going on. The one matter that I wasn't quite sure on was the monies that show that they are available for the month of November, but it doesn't pay out and it only pays out in December. I'm not sure which system are we talking about here. Is it social grants? And if so, which social grant, or whether it's the SRD system? So I'm not able to fully provide any feedback in that regard at this stage. If I get more details, we could possibly look into that. Mr. Van Vrede, I'm not sure if you were clear on what system that was that indicates that the money is paid, but then it's not paid and it's carried over to December. I'm not 100% sure around that. Those were the matters that I picked up with regards to the technology.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Vrede.
Thanks, Chairperson. So there were a few instances that clients' bank details have changed, that we have to then do a bank verification check, and if that change happens after a particular cutoff date, then we're unable to there's not enough time between ourselves and the bank to do that verification. And there are about 7 cases, I think, Clifton, that we're aware of in the Western Cape, where client details were changed, which we're still looking into, because when you change the name of a client, that also then triggers a verification. So it might not have been the bank account details that have changed, but the client details have changed. And that triggered a verification, and that was after the sort of cutoff times for us to be able to verify in time for payment. But if the member can also, if she's got a list of names, if she can send those to us so that we can investigate further as well what possibly could have gone wrong. So the 371 is is something that, or the COVID SRD grant one is something that we do currently have a challenge with. I wouldn't call them ghost beneficiaries, but it's a more case of identity fraud. So we do have some instances where we've picked up where people's identities have been compromised. And I think there's been a lot of stories in the media around that. A lot of government departments have been impacted, even banks and the various credit unions and so forth. So it's not necessarily ghost beneficiaries, but stolen identities where people would then, if they get access to your ID number, they open bank accounts in your name, and they come to SASSA and they apply for a grant in your name. So even when we verify your account with the banks will tell us this account belongs to this so-and-so a person. So we're still trying to estimate to what extent that is, but we have 2 cases currently opened with SAPS. They've managed to catch 2 fraudsters in KZN that has stolen the identities of about 150 people and committed this particular type of fraud. And then we have another case that is just commencing now. So that one is, and that's a bigger one with the priority crimes units with the walks and stuff like that. So that one that one's still being, we're not quite sure yet on that one, what the size of that will be. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van Vrede. I'm going to ask now Mr. Pfeiffer, the GM, Grant, to deal with all grant-related questions. But with that, Mr. Pfeiffer, I want to demonstrate to the chairperson that when the sock pen is down or the system is down, either by load shedding or what, how do we manage that? Do we know what we are losing or what? And then after that, the team that deals with will be the last one that deals with the facilities and the venues where we operate. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, to address, first of all, to address the chairperson's concern with regards to if there's system failure or system downtime, what we refer to, what do we do in cases like this? First of all, Chair, from our side, we keep record of every time the system is down. And here we talk about 2 systems mainly. The one is the mainframe system, what we call SOCPEN, stands for social pension system, and the other one is the online system, where people can access the system online. Now, when the SOCPEN system is down, meaning an applicant's grant cannot be processed online, we do what we call a manual application, because we're not going to send the client away to say, listen, we're not going to assist you because the system is down. However, the turnaround time is going to be a little bit longer because the person will not receive his or her outcome on the same day, but as soon as the system is back online, we will process that and inform the beneficiary whether his or her grant has been approved or not approved. That is in terms of the SOCPEN system. When we have challenges with the online downtime, from a SASSA perspective, the online downtime will affect us in terms of processing that. However, it will not necessarily affect the client who's applying online. So from our side, let's say at the back office side, we will have a problem processing that because of downtime. However, as soon as that is back online, we will then deal with it. Just to give you an indication for our first semester, we've lost in total roundabout for the SOCPEN system about 14 days in total because of system challenges and sometimes the downtime of the system. And then for the online, about plus minus 336 days during the period April till September 2024. So these are the measures that we put in place with regards to that. Then I think the one question relating to the one of staff members at service point and how many staff members take money. We, as soon as any official is making ourselves guilty, obviously we will investigate that. But we're not only, our focus is not only on officials, as any person that makes him or herself guilty. Quite recently, we have one of our cleaning staff, ours, or let me rather put it, the cleaning official where we have a contract with that. It came to light that this person had accepted money and that person was dismissed by the company. So we take a very strong stance with regards to any fraud and corruption. And then we do have a fraud and compliance unit to normally investigate any of those cases. Let me just check any other grants. Sorry, sir. Oh, the cutoff. Okay. Normally, when it comes to cutoff, I think it came from Member Boyson with regards to the cutoff. In terms of our system at our local offices, we have what we call grant type days. So on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, we have, for example, disability grant type days, because disability grant constitute most of the grants. Now, and then on a Monday at some of the offices, we have old age grants. Now, if a case exists where the client we were unable to assist the client on the specific day, we do not expect the clients to come back the following day, because the client will come back the following day, but it is not necessarily that particular grant type day. What we do, especially when it comes to disability and older persons, we make special appointments for them, for example, on a Friday, where we then register their name and then assist them on a Friday in order for them not to return to the office and stand in the queue from start again. So that is the measures we put in place. But as I've mentioned, we've got a huge influx normally with regards to disabilities. So we try to assist, especially those and the older persons grant with regards to that. So these are the measures that we have in place at all our offices, grant type days. And when there's an overflow, we make bookings on a Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Sesu?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to indicate in terms of our office accommodation for SASSA. The main challenge that we have, it's a dependency, because our policy when we do procurement of office accommodation, it's done through Public Works.
Chairperson, that voice is sexy, must just raise it.
So, okay.
Coming from
Okay.
you, Member Boyson.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thanks for that compliment. So, the dependence is public works because our policy, the immovable property management policy, it allows us to procure through public works. So whatever we do, we are doing it through public works, and it's a serious dependency, which makes our process long. And it is very frustrating. But however, what we are currently doing now, we are reviewing the policy, which is our immovable property management policy, which we are going to seek the approval of the minister so that we address the issues of office accommodation across the country. So those are the limitations that we have. I also want to indicate on the issue of the temporary structures, like if you want to put your shelter, even though it's a temporary structure, but you still need certain approval, either from municipality. You need to do that in line with built environment. So those are the issues that we are currently facing. But once we get the approval in reviewing our immovable property management policy, I think it's gonna be easy for us to say, do we look into build the capacity to do that? Because in terms of capacity also we are limited. Public works, they have capacity to do that and expertise in that particular field. So I just wanted to raise this to the committee so that they become aware of the challenges that we have as SASSA in terms of office accommodation. But I'll allow my colleagues through your chair to maybe perhaps give you more into detail about the issue, which was indicated by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also add, in the Western Cape, we have identified areas where those concerns have been raised. For example, Mitchell's Plain, Easter Rivier, as well as Athlone. I can just make those three examples. In Easter Rivier, our biggest challenge is that the building regulations will not allow us because it's right on the road outside. We've tried it. We've engaged with the landlord. They were willing to actually put up a structure, but the approval could not go through. Mitchell's Plain, also a similar challenge. But also in addition to that, we are two departments that are in that space, and we have to, there isn't sufficient space for us to put up the shelter specifically for our clients, but we are looking into other options. We've engaged the landlord. Athlone is a similar kind of situation because we're right on the road in the Athlone office. However, Chairperson, we are looking into some of those shelters, and we're looking at it and addressing it through projects that are internal to the organization. In terms of the Beaufort West, we do have service points in other areas of Beaufort West. For example, in Prince Albert, we provide services in Flayland and Maikisfontein, as well as at the Lensberg Tusong Center. We have a presence there. We also have a presence in Luhamka, as well as Glasstrom. And then we have that is in the Beaufort West area specifically. I don't want to go to the other municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have covered quite a number of things. Maybe let me just fill one or two gaps where I think maybe we may have not covered. In terms of the, sorry, I picked up one of the things that we have not mentioned with regard to the queues is that we have introduced a queue management system that is in our offices. We are rolling it out. It's not everywhere, where we think we better manage queues because we almost like what they do at SARS, where there's a screen and the name is called and then the number. So that has proved to work quite well. But as I say, it's in the beginning. We hope that very soon it will be there. I like the question that came from the members that we must say what we want and then they will help us. How I really wish that can happen, because I'm not going to focus my question to Beaufort West. I'm just going to request that, as I said in my presentation, please support us where we request. You know, Chairperson, the processes of public works are too long. They are never ending. And we cannot do anything without public. It requires political intervention, because we can say, if the government say that all government buildings should be procured through public works, we have to respect that. But if you look what my colleague presented, some of the procurements were registered as early as 2001, some before that. And even when we lose them because they take time now before they approve it, even where we have got it, until the landlord says that, well, I need money, I will move because you don't move. So if you can assist us to intervene in that regard. The city of Cape Town, before COVID, we were using our service delivery model is service points, and we only region or province that does that. Most regions have got fixed offices. We depend in halls and all the facilities that belong to the city of Cape Town. Before COVID, we never had a problem. Understandably so, during COVID, they were used as COVID centers. But when the COVID ended, we found that they were no longer OHS compliant. And we can't send our beneficiaries where the toilets are not working, the roof is leaking, and that, and that, and that, and that. So this one here. The issue of DSD, I know my predecessors maybe are very, it's an area that they don't want to get into. We are the DSD family. DSD is our mother department. And where we suffer, they must suffer with us. But we find that slowly we are kicked out of the offices under the pretext that offices are under renovation. Mr. Seu has indicated that it was a case in Khayelitsha, and the same case happened in West Coast. And in all offices where we occupy with the Department of Social Development, we know that we don't have a future. Now, if we are kicked out from home, where do you go? What do you do? And then the very same parents say that, but where are you going to service the people? It's something that is beyond us. And I humbly request that you help us there and let's engage. Even if we know that they also have their need, but while we are looking for something, they must we might need to talk about the phasing out kind of an approach to say, we don't think that because our need, our demand increases, we don't need you, but we're gonna phase you out in this fashion. By this year, you should have your own accommodation. We will understand that, but the way it's happening now, it leaves us as if we are. So I just thought, Chairperson, I register that request, very, very humble, and I'm not trying to badmouth my mother department. I'm just asking that maybe as our committee, you assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I perhaps just do a follow-up question to Mr. Van Vrede? With regards to the transition or the migration to the postbank card, various beneficiaries has mentioned that in itself poses an issue. Where we visited some offices, staff members indicated that poses an issue. Because what they do is they refer clients to banking institutions. Even banking institutions come to the facilities to set up and to assist clients to rather open a bank account. Now, that in itself tells me that there is an issue. In terms of the agreement with Postbank, if the cards are not working, I don't want to say penalties, but what happens if a beneficiary cannot access their grant payment due to the transition to the black card or the post bank card? In terms of fees paid, are post banks still being paid for that transaction that did in actual fact not happen? That is my question. And also in terms of the active card replacement sites, 6 sites in the entire Western Cape. And when we look at the location of those sites, it's out of reach for many, many beneficiaries, especially to our more remote and rural towns in this province. What is being done about that? And also, how does SASSA communicate to members of the public? Because this information that you are sharing with us today is news to our ears, but I'm sure a lot of people in this province are not aware as to what you are telling us. What is your means of communication, considerate of that beneficiaries do not make use of the same means of communication? How do you adjust your strategy to make sure that people are not, when they are unhappy or when they raise these issues, they are being difficult, but actually they have good reason because they don't understand the processes in terms of when staff is not at the office, why staff are not at the office? When the infrastructure is not adequate, why it's not adequate? So what are you doing in terms of your strategy to make sure that you actually have a relationship with the clients that you serve? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. So in terms of SASSA staff referring customers to other banks, that should not happen because that would create a bias. So we should not be, clients are supposed to choose their own bank account.
Yeah,
their own
perhaps,
banks.
perhaps I must just come in there, not to a specific bank, but they are encouraged to open a bank account, not at a specific bank, but if they want to ensure that the grant does reach them at the end of next month or the beginning of next month, rather go to a bank because the post bank service is not secure. It's not happening. That is when clients have already visited the office. They've made a summary as to who did not access their grant due to the migration of the card system. And I believe, as I was informed, that information also gets sent to the head office. But that is when they rather advise people to open bank accounts.
Yes, so I mean, it's okay. So so if you recall, part of our strategy with the Post Bank is that we do want them to operate competitively with any other banks. I hear what you're saying. We're not necessarily telling customers which bank to go to, but if Post Bank doesn't service their customers effectively, customers do have the choice to swap to another bank. With the transitions, so we as SASSA, because it's a bank, we as SASSA we don't have access to the banking systems. The same way we don't have access to any other bank's back-end systems. All we can do when we do get the particular query, and we do it with other banks as well, we have to pass them on to the respective bank, to their call centers, which is a longer way of going around. If the client does have the ability to call the call center, the post bank call center themselves, they can then sort that out on the phone call with the client. So there has been a few transactions, more in October, not so much in November, where the switch didn't happen seamless, and Postbank had to do some work in the back end to make sure that people's money got reflected in their accounts properly around that. With regards to payments, we subsidize those bank accounts. That's also something that we're considering going forward. Whether or not we're going to continue with that, but we only pay. So clients generally pay for most of their transactions on that, but we pay for 1 free withdrawal and 2 balance checks on those, or we subsidize 1 free withdrawal and 2 balance checks on those accounts. In terms of the 6 sites, it's not only going to be 6 sites, they will be expanding their sites to quite a, so at the moment they've got 120 sites active across the country, but that's going to expand to over 2,000 in the coming months. And in the same way in the Western Cape, that expansion will happen as well. So the reason they're doing a fewer sites at the moment is just because they want to make sure that all these teething problems don't have too much impact. So if you go too fast, you could imagine the sort of impact that you've seen in October, November, if it wasn't just from a handful of sites, but if it was from let's say 200 sites in the Western Cape, that would have been a lot more. So once all of those teething issues are ironed out, then they will begin to expand, and you should have almost every Pick n Pay boxer. Well, let me not say every Pick n Pay boxer, but you'll see a lot of your retail stores will then begin to have a card replacement site in the Western Cape. It's probably from about January or so, you'll begin to see a lot more expansion in that site. And then on the presentation, I did put a USD code, which I suppose we can, so that is also what Postbank puts out quite a lot in terms of the marketing campaign, to say use this USD code to see what sites are available in your area, and you can keep checking that to see if something in your area comes up. Communications, SASSA hasn't been, because this is technically a Postbank project. It's a bank replacing its cards. So SASSA has been more of a supportive role to Postbank. They communicate with their customers, tell their customers where the card replacement sites are. They have predominantly been communicating via SMSs directly to their customers, and then in the public as well, but not. One of our complaints to them as well is that they're using social media, which is not necessarily the ideal way to communicate with SASSA clientele, and they need to start looking at community radio stations and especially in the more rural areas as a better way of getting the message out to clients.
Thank you for your response. I think as a committee, we might take more resolutions and take the conversation forward. I'm not satisfied with the answer provided in terms of the HR. And I really want our SASSA officials to understand that what we are asking is what we have seen and what at that specific site, what clients have informed us. So this is not a petty exercise to call you out for no reason. It's for us to try to understand what are the issues, what are those challenges, and what is the entity doing about it? Do you acknowledge that there are certain issues? And also, what mitigating strategy do you have to make sure that you overcome that? Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with the most vulnerable in society. We're dealing with the poorest of the poor. So how is it that we sharpen up our system? How is it that in terms of human resources, capacity, we say, listen, this is what people encounter on a daily basis. What is it that we are doing? And as you rightfully said, we're happy for the engagement of the provincial minister and the first Thursdays. That in itself it does help. I'm sure it does help. So what are those, initiatives and interventions that one can do? Because ultimately, it's not about us. It's about the clients that you serve and the constituents that we serve. So it will be permissive of us to ignore the fact that there are problems, and that is why we are where we are today. So that in a nutshell, as I said, I'm not fully satisfied with the issue in terms of HR, because one would expect if someone leaves the service, that position should be filled. Because how otherwise effectively will any organization or any office or any entity run if that position is left vacant? But we can take further resolutions in terms of that. Member Barnes, I'm going to give you 2 seconds.
Yes, Chair. I wanted to say I want to call order on yourself as well.
Thank you very
Because
much.
you gave us 2 questions, 2 minutes. But in this meeting, you are speaking alone here while we also want to raise our issues, Chair. So please, Chair, give us an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Member
Yeah,
Barnes.
just
But you,
one-
you,
let me
you
do-
feel me, ne?
Yeah, I'll do the 1 minute, Chair. I'll do the 1
Okay.
minute. As I said in my questions, I stuck to the 2. Let me follow up on the 2 by saying that SASSA is an important entity to us because we understand who it is servicing. I don't think we came here for a back and forth question and answer, but the intention for us was to, how do we address the problem that is there? I went to an extent, Chair, of saying, give us recommendations as to what are we missing on this side of the bench so that maybe we are looking for something different and the answer is there. Now, Chair, I must say on the part of also the, where's my notes now? On the acting part, I heard of a reprioritization of money. I'm not sure where it's getting reprioritized. I don't want to dispute that, but for where we've seen SASSA Western Cape, where it is, I think it's a comment I want to make to the higher authorities if they are not here, or even to the side of the benches, that acting cannot be reprioritized. You cannot, the structure that you must keep accountable, move it out. Then who will be accounting to what we want to hear? We want to keep people accountable. It's very difficult to keep people accountable when they are in a acting position. I think first things first, before we start reprioritizing, is looking at filling those gaps so that we can have people accountable for what we want to seek to achieve. Chair, I don't want to follow suit on the Beaufort West one. We'll speak up until tomorrow. As I said, it's my constituency, it's my passion. I live there. I come this morning from there. I drive in and out. I sleep it. I eat it. So I was a bit delighted when I heard there's an idea of what I want to raise here. But outside Beaufort West, I think there's a better improvement for SASSA that can be done if we are working together and not have a question and answer session. I want to abstain for the question and answer. People need our services and a better one, and we can do it if we collaborate in doing so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Barnes. Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my apologies. Chairperson, through you, I would like this committee to be specific in terms of dealing with the issues that has been raised, especially public works and DSD, through the procedural officer. If we can get a list of where you're struggling in the Western Cape with public works and with DSD, our minister knows the Minister of Public Works, so we can put the GNU to the test. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Boyson. That was going to form part of our resolutions, but it is duly noted and recorded. So perhaps just in terms of this committee's work, we also took a resolution that we are going to engage members of the public. And this actually transpired during the Older Persons Amendment Bill public hearings. Most of, we're supposed to talk about the legislation, but SASSA keeps on coming up. And so we took a resolution. We're going to go out on public engagements, and we will formally direct the invitation to you to perhaps delegate some of your officials, if they can't be many, we understand you have other work to do as well, but to just accompany us at these different hearings. And the intention is to move outside of the metro as well, especially those areas that we don't normally reach, for people to air their concerns and their challenges, and hopefully it can be addressed as well. And as we've done with our previous report, if it isn't within the ambit of the provincial government, we then extend that to the local municipality. And that is where that collaboration comes in. Thank you very much. And now, colleagues, we come to our meeting, or the part of our meeting where we would like to hear input from our stakeholders and members of the public. So by a show of hands, you are most welcome to indicate so. Yeah. And please, for the record, before you start speaking, just introduce yourselves as well, please. Let us, kom ons begin weer punt. Can we perhaps, Ms. Kiewicz, you came late, so I'm going. No, you will have a fair chance. Let's start with ma'am from Stellenbosch, and then we can move around until we get to Ms. Kivitz.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Betty Nieuwoud, I'm the Director of Stelcare. And thank you for the opportunity. I'm not new to the committee, and I'm also not new to SASSA, I'm sure. I hope they don't remember me. I think when we last met, the previous standing committee, Mr. Shangote, I'm not sure if he was then just appointed as acting chair, and it's quite 3 years later, and you're still acting chair, regional executive manager. So I hope that that will change soon. Madam Chair, Honourable Chair, we work at Stelcare, we're a child protection organisation primarily, but we carry the well-being of our communities at heart. So we work in Metro East and in the Cape Winelands. And I just want to put it to the committee that Eersterivier is not doing well at all. And I hope that SASSA, I trust that they will do what I say to do. I want to commend them on the outcome of our foster care backlogs. They really worked hard, Mr. Tau and Jacob, Mr. Maidberg. So it can be done. But, you know, we work on the basis of ethics, commitment, and accountability for us in the welfare sector. So previously we had service points at Makapula High, Cluttersville, and at Stelcare, our office. And Eersterivier we know now. And let me also put it to SASSA and to the committee that during COVID-19, we were the only welfare organization that never closed our doors. Not on a 50%, on a 100% basis. And I really struggled to get SASSA back in Idas Valley to render a service to our people during COVID. After COVID, we find ourselves even a worse scenario of service delivery. And it may sound petty, but for our community members to get to Paul, they must take 4 taxis. There's no public service other than taxis. There are no trains. To get to Klapmuts, where they are now, it is 2 taxis, let alone the people, disabled persons. We, once a week, we get our beneficiaries in our transport and we transport them to Klapmuts. It comes at a cost for the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable of persons. I tried to get SASSA back at our premises. We had been rated in the Western Cape as the best and the safest premise in the Western Cape. I have been informed that they are not allowed to come to us because they can only contract it in with state departments like your municipalities or public works or whatever. To me, that is very strange. They are contracted to the municipality in Stellenbosch to use the Cluttersville Acresaal. The first day there was shootings, they pack up. Now they're in Klapmuts. You are in Klapmuts now. Colleagues of SASSA, we live and work in Cluttersville every day. We live and work in Eersterivier daily, Manenberg. Where can we hide? It's dangerous all over the place. Come and visit our premises. Come and see for yourself how safe you will be. And then I received the last email I received from you not long ago before I went to the standing committee was that there's not enough space for our beneficiaries because they'll have to sit underneath our carports. It is shadow. In the winter, we said we will put up safety to protect them against the rain. And yet you say no. And I know you are paying more at the Acresaal that you'd ever paid at our premises. We avail our premises free of charge. We are a welfare organization. We have commitments and responsibilities. But it's not about us. It's about our beneficiaries. We are also there to service our community. And I can only bring you the lived experience. Next to me sit Oma Nel. Oma Nel is a resident from Eersterivier, Kleinvlei. Oma Nel lost her foster child last year, exactly a year ago, in a tref en trap. Wat is 'n tref en trap ongeluk? Hit and run, thank you. When she went to renew her old age pension the next month, she found out that her pension has been cancelled because she was declared dead instead of a foster child. She has 3 other foster children. We immediately inform Home Affairs and SASSA to say that Oma Nel is alive and well. Please reinstate her grant. They couldn't. In January, the foster care grants were stopped because Oma Nel is dead. She waited until February. It is November, December, January, February. 4 months. And eventually SASSA said, but the amount is now too big. They cannot pay her at once. And I just think that if we just take one step back and you put yourself in the situation of a beneficiary, how do we cope? I cannot cope without 1 month's salary. What will your staff members say if they must go without a month's salary? And I understand you have to put up with unions and et cetera. But I think we must really take note of the cry of the most vulnerable people. People in wheelchairs that cannot get into a taxi. They must pay between 300 to 400 rand to get to a SASSA service point. It is not fair. On behalf of my communities, and I think I speak of all communities, please, we have offered help. We ask you, come and train us on your online services that we can assist you. That is still open. We were promised that you will come back to us. No one ever came back to us. We make use of EPWP. We have employment for 1,000 people on our program. We make use of EPWP people. We have met the most wonderful people with good work ethics. Why can't you do the same? Train them. Let them assist you in areas. Stipends are there. If not, try the municipalities. I think, Madam Honourable Chair, there are ways around it. We are there to help, to assist, because it's not about us. It's about the poorest of the poor. So if we say this, we say it not because we want to fight with you. We really, really, really want to work with you. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nieuwoud. The next person in line can proceed. En u mag in enige taal praat wat vir u gemaklik is. Ons het tolkdienste.
Good evening, Mrs. Chair. Mrs. Chair, I was read here with the card replacement. There's sometimes a lot of challenges because
Excuse me,
of the
ma'am,
yellow.
can you just your name and your surname?
Oh, sorry. My name is Sabrina Reiters. I'm from the Dr. Abdurrahman Day Hospital. The challenges around the yellow card. There's rumors going around saying the card is expired. And then the community panic because there's a little date on here. I just check my date. My date is 2027. So that means I got my card. I can use my card for 8 years. But some got another date on here. And then rumors go and they panic. Is there no way that it can just be announced now and then to say, like it's on here, we have this, but the community doesn't have this, saying that the card will not expire until we are given notice to say it's expired. Is there no way that there cannot be announcements made at the pay point or when people come to SASSA? And like another thing, I would like to go onto a banking account, but my challenge is I'm going to have a stand in a long queue. Or how does it work? Because that is also part of the challenge. Because the yellow card can expire. I want to go into my bank. So now I need to go 4 o'clock in the morning just to have my car changed. Is there maybe a waiting period, or can you just go in and say, can I have a letter for the bank and get a letter from the bank and just, something like that? Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Reuters.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Leslie Sylvester, and I'm also from the Heideveld Cluster Forum and / Manenberg Forum. Chair mentioned about how can we communicate, how can we help. Now, I remember way before COVID, we used to have a quarterly meeting at the SASSA offices. And there was very informative because we could actually converse with each other, help each other, discuss things and challenges that our community or the clients have. And it was stopped for some reason. It was way before COVID. And up till today, nobody has ever spoken to management about the offices and asked when are they going to start, because it was a good thing, because we engage with stakeholders. After the meeting, we go back to our community, we explain. So we have that one-on-one engagement, which is very important for our people and our clients and our community. I also want Mr. Member Boyson mentioned about people being turned back. I'm not happy about what was said to come back the next day. They must implement a system to give that people priority first, because it's very important. Like we have this complaint queues and sleepovers. I'm not also happy with the answer. There's nothing we can do. Our people's life is at stake. There was an incident in the Athlon office, I think. A security guard been shot. And our people's life is at risk. The staff as well. So we must work out something that we can understand. How are we going to manage this? And I offered my service many times to SASSA in meetings. Use me to speak to our community. Let me engage with you, or speak in these meetings or quarterly meetings that we had. Nothing has happened. I also feel that the timeline of the expiring cards, we must do awareness. If we can't do awareness, then we won't know. We look like fools because everybody is up in arms. My card says expired, but I still collect my money. Somehow the reason the system override that. I also feel that the levels, people, when you come through that door for application form, get a few more level people to authorize, because I know it's levels of experience that can't override application forms, because the supervisor must. Supervisors sometimes take 15 minutes, 20 minutes to get hold of her. So there is the delay in processing the documentation. I also feel that the officials must have a name tag, because I speak to them and I don't know who I'm speaking to. No name tags. Sometimes I observe the security people come out and they speak as officials to our people. God forbid, there were so many incidents that my heart is crying out. I'm not being a drama queen now, but these are things that hurts because of what our people are struggling, poverty, and still been struggling with SASSA's processes and systems because they're not aware. The other thing that I actually want to know is people living in Mitchell's Plain. I don't know if it's been rectified. People living in Mitchell's Plain come out to Athlon because the queues are shorter. Isn't it geographically done? If you live in Mitchell's Plain, you must go to Mitchell's Plain. If you live in Kalicha, you must go to Kalicha. So I don't know if that process has happened, or is it changed, or if it, you see there where that meetings come quarterly, I could have informed my clients or the community. And then the last one was, I think we must have a booklet of a pamphlet or awareness so that our people can really, and we want to work with you people, really and truly, but we need also that engagement, one-on-one engagement with each other. And I do thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sylvester. Ma'am?
Christine, Menenberg Health Forum.
Your surname, please, ma'am?
Menenberg Health Forum.
Your name?
Christine Jensen.
Thank you.
Ons het 'n taxi in die oggend. Hulle call it die Sassa taxi. Die taxi leave Menenberg at 4 o'clock. Dis die eerste taxi uit Menenberg uit. Daar kom maar nog steeds mense huis toe. Wat sê hulle was nie gehelp nie. Hulle moet die next dag kom. Wie moet die Sassa taxi? Dis special naam. Sassa's help a kind pizza. Oh, so it's an indication of the waiting times, and they only take a certain amount of people per day, right? This is a comment. So I want to know about your complaints procedure, right? Some of these Sassa officers almost scoff, man. Mary mense. Die security guard dink hy own Sassa. Rude to the people, especially the vulnerable groups. And people are afraid to complain because that was my ID number. You understand? So they fear victimization, so they don't want to complain. Daar is hoekom hulle die mense, die officials soms aanran. Hulle gooi die ruite, dan nog ruite nie uit. You understand what I'm saying? Then people leave and they are frustrated because they're afraid to complain. Thank you.
Baie dankie, mevrou Jansen. Ms. Kiewits.
Good afternoon, Damaris Kiewits, Cape Metro. I think my concern is mostly about our rural communities. I've heard about the sites in the central Karoo. Do anybody know where Merwewil is? I mean, really, there's an older person, bedridden, and I've called up because they called me. I called the SASSA office in the Central Karoo office of Beaufort West, and nobody could do a home visit, which means that person is without a social grant for the past 3 months. And that is for most of our rural communities the reality if they are bedridden. Because the official says we're short staffed, we don't have people, and there's no one to go. So that's the one thing I would like to address. Then my second thing is there no mobile system like Home Affairs have? Home Affairs has 3 trucks. We had a problem in Central Karoo. I called the regional manager because it's like the MPLs has said, we need to build a relationship, and we need to build a relationship of trust. And I would also make a plea today, build a relationship with people in civil society that you can trust, because communities trust us. I sit in Cape Town, but somebody from Klaver will call me and say, Damaris, can you help? Like Merwewil, Damaris, can you help? Then I don't know who to call. But if somebody say we have a problem with an ID or we have a problem with this, then I know exactly who I need to call. I don't give people's numbers to other people because I'm very aware of the Poppy Act. So let us build a relationship where if there is a problem, I can say, Mr. Can't remember the name now. Sir, can you link me up with somebody in Central Karoo? Can you link me up with somebody on the West Coast? Can you link me up with somebody in the wilderness? then I can tell the people, don't worry. But people are worried because the service is not user-friendly. And I think if we look at people, if we look at our rural communities, people are so poor already. They can't go to a service point from Merweville to Beaufort West. 500 Rand. What do you have left from your pension? That's just the examples I'm making. So maybe we also need to look at how can we use mobile services for SASSA. I don't think it can be a problem if Home Affairs got it right, and I possibly think SASSA has also gotten it right. And then your securities that turns people away at doors. I was nearly locked up last week at Belleville because the security did not have any respect. I especially went in my uniform as a chaplain because I knew I'm going to get a problem. And security told me I mustn't think because I'm in uniform, I will get access to service. I said the service is not for me. I'm not on SASSA. But I have people in communities that is worried because the fake news is we will not get our pay in December if this card is not changed by the 20th of November. We need to work on communication in this country. We need to work on how we relate to communities and how we do our messaging. And there are champions in communities. There are people that has the interest of communities at heart. I only have a brother on SASSA. But if people call me, I don't say, no, you're not my family. I respond. And it's like Mr. Sylvester said, those quarterly meetings worked a hell of a lot. Because there we also had SASSA and DSD together in one meeting. Then we get both of you. Things have so changed in this past 10 years that everything that worked collapsed. And now that it's not working, we don't know how to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kivitz. Please on your mic.
Sorry, Mrs. Chair. Like, you know how the day hospital works, eh? The day hospital is for sick people. Then they have little hubs. You go fit your tablets by that church. You go fit your tablets by that church. If you're not sick and it's your doctor's appointment, then you go to the hub. The sister will check you out and say, well, only sick people goes to the day hospital. Why can't we have SASSA like that? Have little hubs. You need, like this lady who works with me, she can't read and write. You know, I've gave her almost the whole month to go sign up for a child for SASSA. She comes back, she doesn't understand SASSA, say, I must bring this and that. She goes for that and that. Then she said, can I have off again? Then I give her off again. And she comes back 4 o'clock the afternoon. And she still hasn't received her stuff. Now, isn't there little hubs to say, listen, there, guys, speak to the churches. The churches doesn't have a problem. Then you use your church for X amount of hours. They use the hall. Then you say, okay, you go to St. George's Church. That is for newly people that likes to register their children to get SASSA. That you go to that church, you can at least to change your banking card. And, you know, little things that goes quick, man. Then you have these little hubs. I promise you, Mrs. Chair, it is going to work because it works for us at the day hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reuters. Mrs. Sylvester.
Sorry, I won't be long. When I use the terminology, it was just figure of speech, drama queen, because I am not a drama queen. Thank you. Just scrape that off.
Duly noted, sir.
Just
Ms.
one
Jansen?
comment. It's SASSA complaints, compliments, and suggestions. There are SASSA officials that really go out of their way to assist communities, and you know, it's not all doom and gloom.
Thank you very much. We have to acknowledge that as well. Ma'am at the back.
Hi, good day. Renee Eckerman here from the Clipperton Sub-District Health Forum. I just want to know, okay, some people have asked what I would have wanted to ask, but now I'm just thinking, especially with the turning away of people, What if people are able to collect forms before they actually even go to SASSA? I mean, forms should actually, like, you have your different days for older people's pension, disability, and child grant. Because sometimes people go on a Monday and they know it's not for child grant. Or if you know, you like in your service delivery, you can only accommodate a certain amount. So if there is a certain amount of forms for pensioners on a Monday, say for example, between the 4th and the 4th and 11th of November. So that forms can only be brought in that time. So if I come and I don't have a form with that date, I know I can't submit it that time. Something like that. And then also, I see there's only 6 sites apparently at the moment, but I know last month Menenberg had a venue that they actually started with a new replacement of cards. So I actually took my mom there, so I will see by tomorrow if it is effective. So yeah, but the thing where I brought that in now is that it actually went very quick. She was like 10 minutes in and out. So that service was like very quick. So why does the other processes has to be so long? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next to Ms. Nieuwoud, and then ma'am, you can go.
She just want to say something, Honorable Chair.
Is it Omanel?
Manel.
Omanel is welkom om Afrikaans te praat.
Ik wil net sê, was dit nie vir mevrou Edith Oliver van Stelkie plekkie nie. Dan weet ek nie wat het ons gemaak het 2 maanden. Daarvoor kan ek my hoed afhaal vir haar. So daar is van wat vir ons veel, maar die Here voorsien ook. Hy is nie iemand met jou hand kan vat jou deur die pan lei. Dankie.
Baie dankie, mevrou Nel. Je mag maar voortgaan.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to talk today here in Parliament. It's a nice opportunity because we sit with frustrations in our communities. My punt vandag is, ek wil weet, wanneer word SASSA se inbetalings gedoen deur die bankprosesse deur winkels? Want as mense gaan pay, dan is daar nie geld nie. Baie van ons mense moet omdraai by punte. En daar was 'n geval wat ek van weet in ons gemeenskap Kuilmoor, ek bly in Kuilmoor, waar iemand se opie in 'n ander provinsie uitbetaal was. Seker meer as 2 maande. Dit is hartskerend as ek gaan pay en my geld is op 'n ander provinsie inbetaal. Ek dink SASSA moet hulle huis gaan uit mekaar kry, reg kry, hulle strategie plan kry, begin kry. So ek sê ons maak jy skoon, want ons sit met probleme soos die as mos die SASSA mos die South African different social security agents en van hulle is 'n probleme tog. Ons kan maar sê wat is probleme. En die ander ding is ek weet SASSA was in Kuilmoor by die gemeenskapsaal van die munisipaliteit. En ons skep ook probleme. En as 'n distance van Kuilmoor na Klapmuts, ons sit met die Dwarsriviervallei waar jy in Pinial was. Waar ek verneem het SASSA was daar om weer terug te kom. Maar soos Betty Nieuwoud sê, ek weet nie, miskien die betaling van ons geboue. So ons het probleme, ons met taxis vat. Dus mense betaal R400 tot in Klapmuts te kom. Soos daar die dame gesê het, R500. So ons moet reg begin ons huis agter mekaar kry. Because as ek nou 'n woord gaan sê, ek SASSA fill our community, our people in South Africa. We are poor, really poor. En dit is die armste mense wat swaar kry. Want ek weet nie of ek die man gaan geld kry nie, van my Desember nie. Moet weer terugdraai. Ons het hele sit met SASSA se mense, sit met salaris elke maand, hy kry salary. Maar ek wat afhanklik is van 'n opie af is nie 'n lekker saak nie. Soos hy gesê het, daar is goeie amptenare en werkers in SASSA, maar ons moet regtig begin skoonmaak. Is tyd. Baie dankie, Madam Chair.
Baie dankie, mevrou, net die naam en van vir die rekord asseblief.
Ek is Sandra Jooste van Kuilmoor, Stellenbosch.
Baie dankie. Any other questions or comments? None? We may proceed with
Yeah,
the
thank you very much,
responses.
Chairperson. Thank you to the members of the community and the stakeholders. I will give to mostly the officials, mostly sorry, Grant Administration, GM, and then I think Mr. Stefan Fred also, and I will close the gap. But before I do that, Chairperson, I want to appreciate the members of the community and the stakeholders because they speak from the heart. We take what they are saying very serious. It's not that they are coming here to criticize us or to abuse the platform that they are giving. They are able to say even the good things that we are doing, but we don't worry about that much. We want to hear what we are not doing right when we do our work. One thing, a couple of things that I want to clarify. We have made it very clear that security guards are not the employees of SASSA. And the office managers are very clear that they are not supposed to utilize security guards to welcome our clients coming to the office because they are not trained in customer care. We are trained in customer care. But when we are not around, officials take a chance under the nose of managers. And I take that very serious. I have noted that one done. Thank you for bringing to my attention. Then the second part that I want to also clarify, Ma'am Kivitz, on the issue of the home visit. I know that our policy says that any home visit request for people above 78 must be honored, but above 72. But owing to the challenges that we've already listed, we cannot say that openly that we do that as we suppose because we are lucky that most of the people in that age are still fit enough to come to our office. But we expect office managers to apply their minds because all these areas are managed by office managers to say, if I receive a request that say that the person is bedridden, I must understand that there is no way that that person can come. It doesn't have to come to Nhlangoti at the regional office. It's a decision that a person must make there. So we will also really look into that. I know for the fact that during COVID we suspended the because of the obvious reason. I have taken the suggestion of mobile trucks. We had mobile trucks in the region. There were reasons why we suspended them. But maybe it's time we need to revisit that decision. Facilities is here, Mr. Brenton is here. I will definitely register that because it's something that I was advocating even in my previous position to say that they really get to where we are unable to go. That little that they do is better than nothing. So I know they also have their challenges in terms of the connectivity, the cost involved in running a truck. So but I want to put that discussion on the table in the region and hear what is it that we do. There were three things. I don't see where the other one is going. I'm going to allow the colleagues to respond to the question raised, and then if there's a need, I will also fill the gaps. Thank you so much, Mr. Pfeiffer. Oh, okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks. So I think the message came out quite strongly that there's still a lot of uncertainty around the cards expiring in December. And that's definitely something we're going to have to strengthen our communications on. And we trust that the members here as well will also now be able to correct those messages and in your groups. The question, and I'm going to pass it back to Griffin, but most SASSA offices do have, they would use our split up. So if you're just coming for a bank change, you might not have to stand in the very long queue, but Griffin will advise if they run those processes in their offices. so that you could be in an express queue for a bank if you want to swap your bank account. And I am a little bit worried about the loss. Mrs. Yusuf, if I understood you correctly, you said you were using AllPay, or you were getting money through AllPay, which is a
I know I've got a squeaky voice, Chair. Sorry about this. As Mr. Sylvester.
no, that's the Miss Yusuf sitting in the front.
Jooste.
Jooste, sorry. Sorry, Chair, I didn't get the question on AllPay.
Okay, can you please repeat, Mrs. Jooste?
Okay, ik het gevraagd wanneer, sorry, ik het gevraagd wanneer wordt die SASSA geld uitbetaald bij, zeg maar bij banken of winkels wanneer mensen gaan pay. Ik moet nou die derde gaan pay, dan weet ik pay die derde, maar als ik ga naar Shoprite Checkers pick-up pay, dan krijg ik niet meer geld, mos nou niet. Dan is daar niet geld nog in nie. Het is een probleem, want bijna mensen moeten omdraaien. En dat is ik gevraagd. Ik is wel een senior barrier, maar ik is nog niet bij SASSA nie.
Yes, so the money, well, SASSA will pay, my Afrikaans is very bad. I'm not going to try and answer in Afrikaans.
Yeah.
But SASSA will pay, we put those pay dates out every month. Normally it starts on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Old age grant will be on the first of the 3 days. The money would go straight into your bank account. Depending on which bank you use, you can then draw that money from anywhere. You could use an ATM, you could use, and you can draw it anywhere in the country. It works just like a normal bank account. Even the Post Bank one works like a normal bank account. I suspect you are talking about some people having challenges with their Post Bank accounts, which if there is a challenge with money not reflecting on that day, it could be one of two things. But in most instances, it's most likely to be something, especially if it's happened recently with Postbank, you can then call them on 0800 53 54 55 to check if there's a challenge. But sometimes SASSA does do reviews or something, if it's a temporary grant, it might be suspended. So it's also important to check with SASSA, probably first check with SASSA. If there's no money in your bank account. And especially if you're not using Postbank, then it's most likely that SASSA suspended it for one reason or the other.
Oh, Madam Chair, as ek by die munisipaliteit gewerk het, ek weet dit geld wat aan die 10de word geld begin opgemaak word, dan is die geld in die banke die 28ste. Maak 'n voorbeeld, dan pay ek die einde van die maand, dan weet ek die geld is reeds getransfer na die banke toe. So dit is ook SASSA se ek moet ons weet, ek wil net daai weet. SASSA betaal die geld, transfer die geld al reeds die 25ste na die verskillende instansies toe.
SASSA, we start the process depending on the month, but it would start somewhere between the 23rd of the month. That's the earliest, so that by the time it comes to the end of the month, the money is already with your bank, and that money then reflects on either the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. So that's also the important one. If you change your bank details after we've already started the process of transferring the money, that month you're not going to be able to be paid because that you passed the cutoff day. But that's also, I suppose, something we need to strengthen our communication, especially when people come to change their bank details, to warn them to say, if you change in this period, you run the risk of not being paid.
Thank you, Mr. Van Vrede. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think let me just latch on to what Mr. Van Vrede was saying in terms of the changes of bank details or any other. We have two processes normally at your office. The one is your normal grants application process where people come to apply for the grant. And the other one is what we call the maintenance task issues, where there's change of address or change of banking forms. And normally when it comes to that, it is not the same as standing in the queue for applications. So those queues are being split, where people come for the quicker services, if I can put it that way. However, as mentioned, depending during what time of the month people are coming. So that is the one part. Then further on, I want to request, there were two cases that were mentioned here. One about a specific case where the client was apparently deceased on the system. I would like to have detail of that case, because with SASSA, our system runs with Home Affairs and is interlinked with Home Affairs. So normally if a person is deceased on Home Affairs, it's very, very challenging for us to, how can I say, resuscitate the person, for a lack of a better word. So we would like to have detail of that case so that we can see what is the progress of that case. That is what we call, in our terms, exceptional cases. So we will look in terms of that one. I think the same applies with the lady from Calmore, where she mentioned that somebody else got paid for the grant in another province. Also find that very, very, very much strange, because our processes entail bank verification, and where the bank verification failed normally, the chances are very little that the person will receive their grant. So we would like to have that cases so that we can look into those individual cases. Then the lady from Stelke, just a couple of, maybe some background with regards to the issues in Stellenbosch. We know SASSA previously operated in 3 sites in Stellenbosch. We were in Kayamandi, we were in Cluttersville, as well as in Idas Valley. Now, trying to source venues in Kayamandi posed a challenge for us, because there were no suitable venues that are OHS compliant, and the same applies with Cluttersville. We managed to get a venue in Cluttersville. However, the current venue in Cluttersville, through the advice of the SAPS, there were shootings and gangsterism there. And the police advised us, because the Ikastad Hall only have one entrance and one exit, advised us not to continue services there because of the dangers, putting staff into danger as well as putting clients into danger. So the alternative there was rendering services in Klapmuts for 3 days, of which 2 days, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, are earmarked for the people of Stellenbosch. Yes, it is not an ideal situation, but we would like to return to Stellenbosch ASAP. But this is the current situation, ma'am. I'm just providing feedback. We have a dedicated service point team in Stellenbosch. With regards to Stelke making their facilities available for SASSA services, I will ask our senior manager or acting general manager, corporate services, to talk to that. That we take note of your recommendation in terms of online system training. So I will liaise with the relevant senior manager in that area to say how can we link up with regards to that one. Just give me a chance. Let me go through it. Then the one lady also asked, why cannot the forms be collected in advance from SASSA? Remember, the process of applying for the grants is what we call the first process, what we call the screening process, where we conduct an interview with the client to determine the circumstances of the client, whether the client is married, not married, single, or whatsoever, whether the client has worked before, etc., etc. However, this process is not only limited to face-to-face application. There's also the option to apply online for the SASSA, and all the necessary forms and documents are available for those who wants to apply online, and thus avoiding queues. Those who are able to apply online. So that is the other means with regards to that. Ma'am, in terms of the SASSA stakeholders, yes, I am in agreement with you. It's something we really need to look at, having your quarterly stakeholder meetings, and because it's during these stakeholder meetings that lots of information are shared and so on. So it's something definitely that I will take forward with the office managers as to say why we cannot resuscitate that the stakeholder meeting. The incident at Athlone, yes, we're aware of that incident. It was, however, not a shooting. It was an unfortunate stabbing incident that took place after hours during the night, where they broke into the office. So we're aware of that incident, and luckily the security official is now safe, if I can put it that way. The awareness campaign in terms of the SASSA card that's going to expire, it's important that that will form part of our stakeholder engagements. I think our presentation covered the levels of authorization. I think one of the members asked about the levels of authorization in a delay in processing. I think during our presentation, we also mentioned our staff shortage, and even on that level, we sometimes, in order to fast track that process, we put people in acting. So in order for them to verify those transactions. In terms of people from Mitchell's Plain coming to Athlone, if we look at overall what SASSA is saying, we say you can apply at any place for your social grant. So we cannot limit and say you're staying in Mitchell's Plain, you go back to Mitchell's Plain, or you're staying in this area. So where you are by means, you can actually access any SASSA officials, SASSA officers, although we recommend try to access your nearest SASSA office, but we cannot turn people away to say you cannot access services. These services are only earmarked for the people staying in this area. We're not allowed to do that. Pamphlets in terms of the awareness, that's a good idea, and it's something that we can do with also during the stakeholder engagements. Ma'am, if there's any issues about victimization of members of the public feeling unsafe and whatsoever, please report this matter. Please report. You can report it either to our regional office, or you can report it to the district, or you can report it to the office manager. Please report those matters, because we're not going to tolerate any situation where clients feel victimized of any sort. Maskiewicz, I think our acting REM answered the question about the home visits, and we really look into that, and I will also engage with the relevant office managers with regards to that. With regards to the mobile service, maybe just to latch on that. Yes, at present, Chairperson, we don't have mobile service. However, we work in very, very close. We have a very close relationship with the Provincial Department of Local Government during their two-song outreach mobiles, which are especially focused on the rural areas, the rural districts of West Coast, your Eden Karoo area, as well as the Boland Oeverberg area. And so far, we have participated in 27 of these outreach programs, and we talk about Maritzburg, Franschhoek, Philippi, Rosebank, Darling, Abbotsdale, on all of this. And apart from that, on top of that, we also have our own outreach programs, SASSA, where we, in terms of what we need to, in terms of our performance, need to have a number of outreach programs in communities. So we try as far as possible where the Provincial Department of Local Government earmarks certain areas for outreach programs, that we will then cover the other areas for the outreach program, so that there's no overlapping of service in a specific area. So that is how we're trying to reach out to the people. And normally, with the Department of Local Government, with these outreach services, not only SASSA, it's Home Affairs, the Provincial Department of Health, it's Social Development, it is your IEC, and I think the last one we had was it in Merweville, ma'am? In Merweville, where the IEC and all that various stakeholders were involved there. The issue around, let me see, Calmo, ma'am, we're aware of SASSA did previously service Calmo, and I think the same applies with regards to the availability of facilities. And I know the people of Calmo, Pineal, and so on, they also have to travel to Klapmuts, but it is also, I think Ms. Seetso can speak about that one regarding the suitable facilities. I want to check if I'm covering everyone. The securities matters I've spoke about, and the home visit, and then also important to build the relationship. Yeah, so thank you, Chair. That is all those individual cases, challenges. Can they just please register it so that we can follow it up? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Chair. I think the last question relating to what Mr. Pfeiffer has just spoken to is in terms of the facility. We really would welcome the offer of providing that facility free of charge. If the facility is not free, our processes are that we have to follow a normal procurement process if the facility is privately owned. Hence why we were referring back to the public works processes. In terms of the municipalities, we do have a deviation approval, and our policy allows us to engage directly with municipalities or any other state-owned entity. That's why it's easier for us to actually go directly to the municipalities and other state entities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. I just want to touch quickly on the issue of fake news and the communication platforms that we currently use. Good afternoon. SASSA in the Western Cape, we use mainly our SASSA social media pages. That's our main platform for communication. The second platform is our local offices. And then what we have in place is we've got a stakeholder network where we have about 300 stakeholders that we post updates to as there are SASSA updates on any information, whether it's SASSA social grant payment dates or changes in banking information or an office being closed. We post all of this from the Western Cape Regional Office. So I'd like to maybe after the meeting to get your email addresses as well so we can add you to our stakeholder group and we can make sure that you get all of the latest updates from our SASSA Western Cape stakeholder group. We also use Western Cape Community Radio as an important platform for announcements. We are not always personally on these 16 local community radio platforms, but what we do as we share with our stakeholders via our electronic platforms, we share the same updates with our Western Cape Community Radio. So in that way, we're trying to cover all aspects of communication platforms. What we always say to clients, to remind clients that there's a lot of fake news in circulation, and this has been compounded by COVID-19. During COVID, this went to a level that was out of control. And there was so much of fake news in circulation that people were not sure of what information to trust and what not to. So what I say after each radio interview or each media interview, we always say to the public, always trust only reliable sources of information. And that is number one, is the SASSA official social media pages. All of the latest updates are always on the SASSA social media pages. All of the fake news, fake adverts that are also posted on those pages as well. And I know that the older people don't always have access to this, but for SASSA for us to get out there and to post this information, our social media pages are the most instant form of news. So I would say again, please try to access only official platforms for the latest information. We don't do printing of flyers and booklets like we used to. Pre-COVID, we did a lot of printing of flyers and awareness booklets, and we found COVID, I think, actually taught us as well that there's not a lot of value in this because a lot of people prefer to access this electronically. But during targeted outreach programs and awareness campaigns, that is when we do print flyers and booklets. So please just always remember the official SASSA pages for all of the latest updates.
Thank you very much. I see two hands for follow-up questions. You may proceed.
Honourable Chair, I clearly understand, and that was the messages that we continue to receive. The fact that SASSA used our offices for more than 2 decades must tell a story. I want to put it back to the Standing Committee and to Honourable Chair to take this up. We say now it is okay not to have a service in Stellenbosch whilst our premises had been used for more than 20 years. I already availed our facility free of charge for 2 years. We are ratepayers. We are a welfare organization depending on donations from people. We pay water, we pay electricity. We cannot afford to give it free of charge, yet you are paying for the municipality to use their facilities. Honourable Chair, I want to to take it back as a standing committee and to have a look into it and maybe to assist SASSA and us to get the services back into Stellenbosch. Please, I beg you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nieuwoud. We will take that up as part of our recommendations too.
Mrs. Chair, that lady just said now about the SASSA network, where you can read and stuff. I'm a Google girl. And there was rumors running around about the 700 Rand. And it was on some community platforms, and I Googled it, and I just said fake news. Because they say don't ever believe Google, but I promise you guys, Google for me was never wrong. But like you said, when there is information going out about SASSA, then I will first Google it, and then I will sit on the community chat, it's true or it's fake. But we will go on to that. What's the name again?
Okay, so to access any of the latest information on SASSA, you always access either the SASSA website, www.sassa.gov.za, or the SASSA Facebook page. The Facebook page is easier for you, it's accessible, it's instant. So I would suggest that you access the SASSA Facebook page and you get all of the latest information on there. But we'll also take down your email addresses. So we'll put you onto our stakeholder group and we'll make sure that you get all of the latest updates from the region as well. Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Chairperson, can I just, I know the lady from Stelke requested you to intervene with it. I think as a matter of urgency, I would also like to be involved with it together with the senior manager of Boland Overberg that we look at into the, in this matter from your side, their side, as well as the side of SASSA, because it's, I regard this as a very urgent matter. Thank you.
We'll definitely do so and communicate as such. Then we had a hand online, Mr. Caesar Vundule. Something you would like to share with the committee?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I raised my hand earlier because one of the members had asked a question whether, you know, as SASSA, we shouldn't have a digital platform where people can apply for normal social grants. But fortunately, Mr. Pfeiffer alluded to it earlier on that indeed we have got an online grants application system where people can apply for the normal social grants, that is the child support grant, the foster child grant, the old age grant, the disability grant, care dependency grant on the online platform. And this service has been available since 2020. We introduced it during COVID when people couldn't come to our local offices. So indeed, we believe as an organization that if more people can apply for these social grants online, then that will reduce the foot traffic to local offices, and we should start seeing less people and less queues at our offices. And I know that there were issues with this platform in the past, but for the past recent months, the system has been stable. So we would want actually even the community members to actually promote the utilization of this online platform as an alternative that people can use instead of coming to the offices to apply for social grants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think Mr. Langoti, you heard a few challenges, but there's also a few solutions or possible solutions to the challenges. And sometimes when we just listen to the community, we will hear that they indeed have the answers sometimes to the challenges that we do have. Perhaps just in terms of the Q2 and Q3 report in the Western Cape in terms of job creation, there was an increase, but we saw a decrease between September 2023 and 2024 with regards to grant applications. Does that have any correlation? And if someone do acquire a job, does do you remove them from the system automatically, or how is the system informed?
Yeah, the onus is on the person to come and indicate to us that the financial circumstances have changed, and then it's removed from the system. But where some of the people do not come, and then we will pick it up and then raise the debt. So it is possible that maybe people came to us, and then I don't have a figure right now of in that period how many people came to say that they want to cancel the grant, because I'm just skeptical to give the committee
Yeah,
a figure
sure.
that is not accurate.
Okay.
But
Now we will take that up as part of our resolutions, just to see the increase and the decrease,
That will
and
have
does make one wonder. And in terms of your business intelligence report, is that something that you are in a position to share with the committee?
my principal is there, can advise on that part, but I am, I don't know. Can we share the business BI statistics with the regional stats?
Yes.
Original stats.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't see there's no problem.
We got the concept now of regional and provincial.
I think.
Same WhatsApp group. Thank you very much. And then I think on behalf of the citizens of the Western Cape, it's December payment dates. All systems go, everything in order. Nobody will have headaches as to why the grant money is not paid out.
They're all nodding, Chair.
Now, I would like to hear someone on record actually.
At present, we don't foresee any challenges, and we are hoping that everything does run extremely smoothly, better than previous months.
Thank you very much. We also hope and pray on behalf of the beneficiaries as well. That is it from me, colleagues. The rest we will deal with after we have excused the entity. It's been a long day, and I think my colleague member Barnes must bear with us. You know, if you engage with the communities on a certain level, then you are bound to ask the questions, because otherwise jy gaan nie jou oog toe maak nie. Dit pla jou net geweldig, and we've been waiting for this opportunity to actually see you face to face and ask the questions and not make assumptions or go on perceptions. So thanks again for coming here today, and I believe this is not the last. As you have indicated, you are more than willing to come with us to those various communities, and we really do appreciate that commitment from your side as well. Any closing remarks?
They say there's suggestions and there's compliments, hey? I just want to compliment SASSA on the Emerald funeral policy. Hey? I believe they in collaboration with you guys. Is there no funeral policy that is in collaboration with you guys?
The officials seem very surprised.
Serious?
Mr. Van Vrede?
Is it Emerald?
We
Is Emerald?
we don't.
Can we have order? You've indicated so, ma'am. Can we get the response?
So we don't collaborate with any third-party providers for insurance products or even banks, etc. However, there is a provision made that allows you to have a deduction off your grant. But pretty much all the people that provide funeral policies have access to that. But there's no one specific provider that we collaborate with.
See, there's a follow-up question. You may
This Emerald they a funeral policy.
Emerald Life.
Life, yeah. They work with SASSA. So the moment your SASSA go into your account, they deduct the money from. Is it that one, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't work with SASSA, but they that goes from your SASSA money. Oh, they don't work. They're not in collaboration with you guys. Sorry, my bad.
But you wanted to compliment the fact that.
Yeah, they are working together because my point is now that person doesn't have to worry about debit orders and how many money is in my account and do I have enough money for deductions or stuff. Because the moment your SASSA goes into your account, that money goes off immediately. That is what I want you to compliment SASSA.
And clients don't run the risk of their policies lapsing because the money is diligently deducted. Colleagues, thank you very much. I'm going to ask Mr. Sir, Executive Acting Manager. Hopefully next time we see you, we don't have to add acting to any position that is present here today. Any parting words from your side?
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the team that I lead today, we really want to appreciate you and the members for, first of all, for inviting us and give us an opportunity to clarify what was there in the air, because anything that is not spoken openly becomes an uncertainty. But over and above us coming here, you've created a space for us to speak freely without any, I would say, limitations and constraints. That really allowed for an open engagement between us and your committee, as well as the stakeholders that represent people. We hope that we tried our level best to give you all the information and be open. Where we did not meet your expectation, it's not the last time. Please don't hesitate, indicate to us. We actually welcome the oversight by this committee because it's the only committee, it's the only body, constitutional constituted body that tells us whether we are still executing the mandate as we expected. So I want to say thank you to you from my team and the head office team that are online and those that came to support us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, as you say, to the Western Cape team, as well as to the head office team, and then our stakeholders and members of the public. Thank you for taking time out of your program to attend to this meeting today. As I said, it's a very emotive issue within our communities. And what you have said here, obviously you had the responses and perhaps you're not completely satisfied, but there is room for further engagement. You've got some contact details as well. I'm sure as you exit, you can share some perhaps contact numbers, or at least get a contact person as to who you can engage with us from tomorrow. So I really, truly hope from our side as the committee that you found today productive, and we will also see you going on our public engagement sessions as well. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. You are excused. Have a safe journey home, everyone, and a blessed evening. Thank you so much.
Same to you.